Good evening and welcome to Pueblo, Colorado for the 2023 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We are here at the Thunder Bowl. We have already had a great day of beginning events, and we welcome you to our live coverage as we get ready for the preliminaries in our 4x100 meter relays. Those events scheduled to begin momentarily. You can see the first heat now setting their blocks and their exchange zones ready. We are ready for 2 heats in most of our events this afternoon, and we will qualify the top 2 teams in each heat, plus the next 5 fastest times. So here are the lane assignments for this first heat, getting ready on the track. We are going to have our top seed in lane 2, West Texas A&M. They brought in the top seed this year, running a 44:27 qualifying time. Once the teams do get their lanes, once the teams get their heats assigned by their seeding, the lane draws are random. So we will see West Texas A&M, the number 1 seed, in lane 2. Lenoir-Rhyne will be in lane 3. Cal Poly Pomona will be in lane 4. Minnesota State, they are our defending champion. They will be in lane 5. Azusa Pacific in lane 6. Lewis in lane 7. And Mount Olive will be outside in lane 8. Generally, we do try to avoid lane 1 as much as possible to give the athletes a little bit of a break with not so quite of a turf. So we will have lanes 2 through 8 in this first heat, and you can see they are just about ready to get started on time today. Got a slight breeze kicking up throughout the day. Wind is actually blowing from south to north, so our second leg will have that advantage with the wind behind them. And then the anchor legs running down the straightaway will have just a slight wind in their face. Looks like we do have white flags on the final exchange. Still waiting for some yellow flags on our first 2 exchanges. This year's national championships competing in Pueblo, where we can say that the altitude is a little bit higher for many of these teams. The altitude in Pueblo is 4,690 feet. That is 1,430 meters. So for many athletes coming up here to run at altitude for the first time, that will be a mental challenge as well as a physical challenge. And of course, those teams that live and train here in Colorado are used to running at altitude. So for them, they would like to think of it as an advantage as they get ready to compete against the teams from all over the country. 21 events for each of the men and the women in this year's championships. We've completed 1. We have 1 men's event is completed, and we've actually had 2 women's events have completed. So a little bit later today, we'll show you those results. But we are just about ready. The gun is now up for this first heat. Again, West Texas A&M, Lenoir-Rhyne, Cal Poly Pomona, Minnesota State, Azusa Pacific, Lewis, and Mount Olive from inside to out. And a clean start. You can see in lane 5, in lane 5, that's Minnesota State, the defending champions, out quickly. They are running their team from last year. No changes in the 4 runners for Minnesota State. So in the middle of the track, in the yellow on purple, they are quickly out. On the inside, that is the top seed, West Texas A&M, in lane 2. Again, the top 2 teams will automatically advance to the finals, along with the 5 fastest teams. And you can see as we come down the straightaway, that is going to be the top 2 seeds, West Texas A&M and Minnesota State. And our first race on the track today, I think that victory is going to go in lane 2. That is going to be West Texas A&M. So they come in with the fastest time, and they have a little something to prove, and they will set the mark with a 44:36. Minnesota State will also take the automatic qualifying spot at 44:47. Azusa Pacific will be third at 44.75. Cal Poly Pomona 45.15. Lewis 45.38. Lenore Rhine 45.65. And Mount Olive will finish at 45.69. And there you can see the times for all of the teams in that heat. And again, the top two will automatically advance, and then the next teams will have to wait for those top 5 qualifying spots. Section 2. Now, setting their blocks, we'll have the Academy of Art in lane 3. They come in here with the 3rd fastest time this year, and they were the bronze medalist last year, the Academy of Art out of San Francisco, California. They'll be in lane 3. Alabama Huntsville will be in lane 4. Northwest Missouri in 5. Fresno Pacific in 6. Lincoln out of Missouri will be in 7. And Cal State San Bernardino will be on the outside in lane 8. Lincoln is the number 2 overall seed this year. They were 5th last year, but they come in this year with a time of 44.66. So they will be the favorites in our second heat on the track, along with Academy of Art. So we'll keep our eyes on lanes 5 and 3, the favorites for those 2 automatic qualifying spots. We've had a beautiful day of track. We did have thunderstorms roll in last night when a lot of the teams were out on the track practicing. But that actually, I think, did us all a favor, as for the past week in Colorado here, we've had quite a bit of a haze from those fires up in Canada. But those rainstorms that came in yesterday cleaned up the air a little bit. We've had a beautiful day of track and field so far today. The wind's picked up a little bit this evening, and it is again running south to north. Though our second leg runners will have the wind at their back, and the home stretch runners, the anchor legs, will have just a slight wind in their face. But that's the way most of the teams will like it. The gun is up now for heat number 2 in our women's 4x100 meter relay preliminary. From the inside out, Academy of Art, Alabama Huntsville, Northwest Missouri, Fresno Pacific, Lincoln, and Cal State San Bernardino. And a clean start on the track. Again, we're looking at lanes 3 and 5 as the favorites, and in lane 3, that is the Academy of Art out quickly. Lanes the whole way on the track, so as they get to the top of the north curve, you have a pretty good idea of who is going to be in the lead. And this is going to be Lincoln. They are the number 2 overall seeded team, and they have a nice lead down this home stretch into the wind. But Lincoln is going to take the automatic qualifying spot. Lincoln is going to run 44.51, so not quite as fast as the first heat, but they will win second heat. Fresno Pacific moves up for the automatic qualifying spot in second. Alabama Huntsville be third. Northwest Missouri, Academy of Art, 45.37. So Academy of Art is going to be right on the bubble of advancing to the finals. And as we do have the 9-lane track here, it looks like Academy of Art may slip in there in that 9th qualifying spot. So that will bring us to the men. Our defending state champion, West Texas A&M. So both the men's and women's teams from West Texas A&M looking to come in with the top times this year and hopefully walking away with gold medals across the board. For our men's 4x100 meter relay in Heat 1, we're going to have the Academy of Art. Tiffin will be in lane 3, Leonard Rhine in 4, UCCS in 5, Tusculum in 6, Lincoln in 7, Limestone in 8, and Carson Newman will be in lane 9. The majority of the teams at this level will run their top 4 athletes. Some of the teams that do have a little bit more depth, or they have some of their top athletes also competing in field events, may choose to add a 5th or 6th athlete to their relay pool and run them in the preliminaries, hoping to make it to the finals, where they will run their top 4 as planned. West Texas A&M, who did win this event last year, 4 completely new athletes on this year's team. So a new team for Texas A&M, but no change in the overall rankings, as they do come in with the fastest qualifying time at 38.92. They are the only team under 39 seconds this season. The facility here does have a locker room coach's office at the south end, which is a nice little block to the south curve on the track, so the start may not be affected too much by the wind. And then again, that first handoff, and as they run down the backstretch, they'll have that nice wind at their back, so those athletes make a slight adjustment there. The top of the curve is an open bowl, and the wind does pick up down the backstretch. And just since we've started this meet, it looks like the flags are just a little bit more rigid, which means the wind will have picked up a little bit. We're not expecting any more rain this evening. And the wind generally dies down once the sun goes down. So once we get to our longer races on the track, it should be very calm down on the track for those athletes. And it looks like clean exchange zones are all clear with yellow or with white flags. And the gun is now up for this first heat of the men's 4x1. Academy of Art, Tiffin, Lenore Rhine, UCCS, Tusculum, Lincoln, Limestone, and Carson Newman. And at that first exchange, the stagger pretty much stays the same. Out on the outside, that is Limestone with a good exchange. Fastest qualifying times on the inside and the outside of the track, so random lane draws may prevent that traditional V as they come down the home straightaway. But on the outside, that does look like Carson Newman. Carson Newman and Lenore Rhine, photo finish. We'll have to wait for the official results there, and it is going to be Carson Newman, 39.18. Lenore Rhine, 39.36 for the second auto qualifying spot. Tiffin, first team on the bubble at 39:53, and you can see the score, the times start to populate there on your screen. Again, the top 2 automatically advance, and then the next 5 fastest times out of the 2 heats will advance to the finals. Finals for the 4x100 meter relays for the women, they'll be at 5:10 local time on Saturday. The men will follow at 5:20 local time on Saturday. And as we get ready for the second men's 4x100 meter relay, you see the officials there giving the athletes a baton. The schools do not get to bring their own batons this event. The batons are provided by the NCAA, so all leadoff runners don't have to worry about making sure they have that lucky baton. They will be provided a baton by the NCAA, and of course, as soon as the meet is over, there'll be an official to collect those batons, just making sure that all the batons are the same. In heat number 2 now, we'll have Lubbock Christian in lane 2. Northwest Missouri will be in 3. Angelo State in 4. Pittsburgh State in 5. West Texas A&M in 6. Central Missouri in 7. And Minnesota State will be in lane 8. Fastest qualifying time this season, West Texas A&M 38:92. They are the only school to break the 39-second mark, and they will be out there in lane 6. Chasing them on the inside will be Pitt State. Pitt State is your defending team champion. They were 5th in this race last year. West Texas A&M is the defending champions, but that is in name only. 4 completely different runners on the 4x1 for West Texas A&M this season. Yet again, they are the number 1 seed. And the gun is up for heat number 2 from the inside out. Lubbock Christian, Northwest Missouri, Angelo State, Pitt State, West Texas A&M, Central Missouri, and Minnesota State. And a clean start in this second heat. You can see that is Central Missouri leadoff leg pulling up lane, and the Mules will be out of the race. Then the West Texas A&M, they're in lane 6 with a big lead on the curve. Pitt State with a unfortunate exchange, so that is going to give West Texas A&M every opportunity to win this first heat and advance. And you can see that it looks like the race will be for second. This is West Texas A&M. They are easily going to win heat number 2, and it looked like Pitt State made up for those bad exchanges, and they will finish second. West Texas A&M 38.96, so again under 39 seconds for West Texas. Pitt State 39.62 for that second automatic qualifying spot. And again, you can see all the times populating on your screen there. Keeping in mind the top 2 are in, they're safe. Then you have to combine the 2 heats and look for the next 5 fastest times to see who will advance to the final. Well, that's a good start to our preliminaries on the track. Our 4x1 relays are complete. And as we get ready for our next race, it'll be the women's 1500. And as the women are making their way to the starting line, just like to catch everybody up a little bit to this year's NCAA Division II championships. The teams to beat are Pitt State, defending champion on the men's side. They scored 70 points in last year's meet to become the team champions. West Texas A&M just behind at 61, and Grand Valley State, the home team last year, as Nationals was held in Michigan. They were third last year with 56 points. On the women's side, Adams State out of Colorado, the defending champions, and they have maybe a little bit more pressure this year. They're looking for the treble. Adams State, the cross-country team champions this year, and the indoor track and field champions, so they are looking for the triple. They can add the outdoor championships to their team title. Last year, West Texas A&M did win the women's division with 77 points. The host Grand Valley State was second with 64, and Minnesota State was third with 57 points. We are going to move over to our women's 1500. Again, like most events today, we are going to have 2 heats, and we will qualify the top winners to each out of each heat to our finals, which for the 1500, our finals are scheduled to go on Saturday at 5:35 for the women's final in the 1500. A little bit different in the qualifying for the individual races, in that for this next 2 races, the top 4 in each heat will automatically advance, plus the next 4 to the finals. Since this race does not have to be run in lanes in the final, we will have a few more than the 9-lane track advancing to the finals, so a little bit more safety in the preliminaries in this 1500. And there you see the lineup for heat number 1, starting with hip number 1, that is Celine Ritter from Lee, Courtney McAllendon from Westminster, Katja Baerle from Wisconsin Parkside, Kaylee Byer from Winona State, Anna Fauski from UCCS, Emma Kelson from Western Colorado, Kate Headland from UCCS, Claudia O'Malley from Grand Valley State, Danzy Demko from Colorado Christian, and Leah Taylor from Western Colorado. There is your field for this next race on the track. It's the women's 1500. And the gun is up. And we are underway, the first of 2 heats in our women's 1500. Celine Ritter from Lee. She is the fastest seat time in this heat. She comes in with a 4:18.79 this season. Last year she ran 4:17.22. She was third in this race last year and second in 2021. She was also the indoor champion in 2021 in the 3,000 and setting a Division II record in the 3,000 meters. Celine Ritter, the German native. First of many of our international students running at the D2 level. We'll see a lot of them this weekend. And of course, the NCAA Division II National Championships, quite a big event for them, but many of them also hoping to qualify for their respective countries' national championships and possibly representing their countries in the World Championships later on this summer. So they'll come through their first 400 meters, just about 75 seconds, 74 seconds for their first 400-meter split, and still tightly packed together. We'll see a lot more strategic racing today. Some athletes may have to run their best to get into the finals, while the favorites generally hoping to conserve just a little bit of energy on the track today so that they can come back on Saturday. Also in this heat from Grand Valley State, we have Claudia O'Malley. She's got a time this season of 4:19.43. She was 4th last year and 4th in 2021, so she'll be trying to improve on that. She was on a distance medley relay championship team indoors. That is Claudia O'Malley from Grand Valley State, but still one big pack, all 10 athletes in this heat, still bunched together as they have under 2 laps to go now. We'll see who makes the first move. Celine Ritter of Lee controlling the pace at the front alongside of Katja Bowerly of Wisconsin Parkside. And they are now 4 across as they move down the back stretch. Moving up on the outside, that is Kate Headland of University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. So about 600 meters to go now. And again, the top 4 will advance. And you can see the number 1 seed with the number 1 on her hip, Celine Ritter of Lee. She is going to take no chances. And she has picked up the pace a little bit, thinned out the pack. And as they approach the bell lap, again, they are running for the top 4. Moving up in hip number 4, that is Kaylee Beyer from Winona State. 1 lap to go in this first heat of the women's 1500. Celine Ritter of Lee still controlling the pace. Kaylee Beyer of Winona State in the purple. Courtney McEllenden of Westminster. Kate Headland of UCCS still in that top group. And you can see now there is the charge. Claudia O'Malley of Grand Valley State now up on the outside. So front pack has 5. Only 4 will advance automatically. So we'll see who wants to extend the most energy on this last 200 meters. But Celine Ritter totally controlling the pace in this race. She is safe out there. And you see as they come off the curve, still 5 at the front, running for 4 spots. Ritter, McEllenden, O'Malley, and Beyer, and they will finish in that order. And the fastest 5th right now will be from UCCS. Kate Headland from UCCS will be the fastest 5th at the moment at 4:29.33. So again, the top 4 are automatically in, and then we will advance the next 4 fastest times. So for the time being, Headland, Taylor, Demko, and Fauski on the bubble, and the time to beat will be 4:35.62 for the second heat. And there you see the lineup for our second heat on the track. Rachel O'Brien from Adams State, Lauren Bunkner from Saginaw Valley, Haley Peterson from Minnesota Duluth, Eleonora Kurtabi from West Texas A&M, Nicole Lawrence from Adams State, Megan Roxby from Simon Fraser, Aria Hawkins from Lee, Katie Fankhauser from Fort Lewis, Philippine De La Pigne from Azusa Pacific, and Aline Pinter from Azusa Pacific rounding out the 10. Kurtabi of West Texas A&M, she is the fastest qualifier this season, running 4:18.72. The Italian native was 3rd in the indoor mile and 6th in cross country, but she was a national champion in the steeplechase in 2022, and she is a 2-time Texas Relays champion in the steeplechase as well. No barriers today in this 1500. The gun is up. And they are underway. Adams State in the green on green, featuring Stephanie. Adams State with Rachel O'Brien wearing hip number 1, Nicole Lawrence wearing hip number 5. somewhat of an advantage maybe to be in the second heat. At least you know the time that you need to beat to make sure you're qualifying. That means you know you can pick up the pace, or you can afford to run a bit more of a strategic race. Your leader there on the track is Philippine de la Vigne from Azusa Pacific. She comes in with a 4:21 qualifying time, and she is the one that has been controlling the pace as they make their way around the south curve for the first time. Women's 1,500 meters. And that is going to be De La Vigne from Azusa Pacific, and she's going to bring them through the first 400, just about 72-73. So the second heat is just a little faster in their first 400. Elaine Pinter of Azusa Pacific wearing hip number 10 there, moving up alongside her teammate. And on the outside, that is Katie Fankhauser from Fort Lewis, alongside Eleonora Kutabi from West Texas A&M. So 4 across as they run around the north curve. Bankhauser running very wide. She's nearly in lane 3 around that north curve, so she's comfortable. She's not going to get boxed, but she is definitely running farther than the other athletes, as she is out in lane 3 for most of this second lap. 2 laps to go now. 2:08 on the clock. But again, more strategic running, looking to make sure they are in the top 4 to advance to the finals. And again, the finals for this 1,500 will be on Saturday at 5:35.
In runners still punched up.
At the 700 meter mark, meaning 2 laps to go, this second heat is definitely running a faster pace than the first heat did, which bodes well for everybody in this heat, but especially those 5th and 6th place runners. So as they come off the curve, Kutabi of West Texas State in the middle of that trio on the front. Bankhauser still running now in lane 2, so she will have run much more than the 1,500. And De La Vigne from Azusa Pacific on the inside now with 1 lap to go. So still 8 in that first pack. 4 of them will be automatically advancing, with 4 having to sweat. And you can see there now as the pace picks up, it starts to get a little tenuous if you are caught on the inside. Lauren Bunkner of Saginaw Valley sitting in that 2nd position with athletes all around her. So as the pace picks up, you definitely want to not get boxed in and make sure that you can give it everything you have for this last 200 meters and cross the line in those top 4 spots. Kutabi and Fankhauser now running together side by side as they come off the curve. And we'll see who has the fastest sprint. Again, the top 4 are in. The next fastest 4 times will advance. And now we are in this mad dash to the finish line. Moving up is Aria Hawkins of Lee. She's on the outside. And on the inside, that is Kaylee Peterson from Minnesota Duluth. But a little break there for our first 4 across the track. And that is going to be Peterson who takes the second heat at 4:32.85. Kaylee Peterson from Minnesota Duluth. Kutabi will finish second, 4:32.86. Fankhauser and De La Vigne, so the early leaders, qualifying automatically. Then we will have Hawkins at 4:33. So this heat ended up being a little bit slower by my calculations, 4:29.33. And as we get ready for our next race on the track, which will be the women's 400 meters. We're going to take a look at the women's hammer throw. Earlier today, the women's hammer throw contested the throwing events just across the south side from the track. And there you can see the award presentations in the women's hammer throw. And that is Judith Esamaya from Grand Valley State. She is a back-to-back-to-back champion. The women's long jump winner is going to be Uriega. Marie-Jean Uriega will win the women's long jump competition. Back-to-back national championships for Uriega. So quick highlights there from the women's hammer throw, the women's long jump throw, where we did have back-to-back-to-back national champions with Esamaya and Uriega. So congratulations to those athletes. Again, next up we're going to have the men's 1500. All qualifying is the same, so we will have the top 4 in each heat plus the next 4 fastest times advancing to our final. And you can see heat 1 there getting ready at the start. Jacob Retschlag from Wingate, Alberto Campa from Colorado School of the Mines, Tyler Nord and Simon Kaladi from Western Colorado, Luke Julian from the Colorado School of Mines, Charlie Dannett from Simon Fraser, Hudson Majeski from Colorado Christian, Drew Weber from Western Washington, Clayton Sayan from Michigan Tech, and Evan Graff from UCCS. This will be our next event, the men's 1500. And this year, our fastest qualifying time, he'll be in heat number 2, Miguel Coca from Adams State. And we will see the number 2 seed, Charlie Dannett from Simon Fraser. So our first Canadian athlete we will see running in this next heat, Simon Fraser, well represented in NCAA Division II competition. Overall, this year, and the starter will have them bet back. You see the green card being held up. That is just a warning, so nobody disqualified for either stepping on the line or not getting up to the line on time. And here we go. And a clean start this time. This is the first section of the men's 1500, with the favorite being Charlie Dannett. He's wearing hip number 6. He does have that fastest qualifying time in this heat at 3:41.38. Luke Julian from Mines also at 3:41.84. So we'll see how the men, they've got to watch the women. They've seen what the wind is like and the conditions on the track. Everyone will come in with a different strategy here. Of course, the Colorado teams have run on this track at this altitude many times, so they know how they're going to feel. Sometimes the schools that have not run in Colorado before have to decide how they are going to attack the altitude. Some may lay back and just try to advance. Others may come out a little bit more aggressive and see how they adjust to the altitude here in Pueblo, Colorado. The wind's still blowing from south to north, but not affecting our athletes too much on the track.
Leadership of the man from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. His conference rival shadows in second, then Denon from the Great White North, Simon Fraser.
And you can see the men not running in a big pack, but spread out a bit more Indian file as they start this race. Evan Graff of UCCS is setting the pace alongside Tyler Nord from Western Colorado. And sitting currently in that 3rd position is Charlie Dannett from Simon Fraser. just over 2 laps to go on the track now, and that is still Evan Graff of UCCS controlling the pace. And this is where the wind is behind them, so they do bunch up a little bit with the wind behind them. We'll see if they single file that out as they come around the curve and run down into the headwind with just about 500 meters to go now. Luke Julian of the Colorado School of Mines making a move on the outside. And you can see that pace picking up. Simon Kaladi from Western Colorado. The 2 mountaineers from Gunnison and Western Colorado in prime position with just 400 meters to go. Western Colorado in the red on black. Evan Graff of UCCS still the leader on the track. And the sprint is on now. 300 meters to go. The top 4 will advance. The rest will have to qualify by time. And with this win behind them, that is Charlie Dannett from Simon Fraser. He had the fastest qualifying time in this heat, and he has now moved up into the lead. Jacob Bretschlag from Wingate now moving up into second place. And as I've come off the north curve for the final time, this will be Dannett with the sprint. There's some separation for those top 4. That is Alberto Campa from Mines trying to break into that top 4. And you can see the Colorado Mines teammates cheering each other on. Alberto Campa, Luke Julian helping each other out to make sure they get into those top 4 spots. And they both will. Dannett will win 350.25. Luke Julian 350.26. Alberto Campa also from Mines at 350.38. And Kaladi from Western, he'll hang on to the automatic qualifying spot. So the time to beat will be 350.58.
Second jumper from Finlay. He's the third
for heat number 2.
All-American 3 indoors in the long jump, Elliott Cummings.
And you can see as you look at your screen there with the times, you can also see their final 400 meter times. And a 56.33 last 400 meters for the Nat from Simon Fraser.
Also, he's a 3-time triple jump All-American, runner-up in the Pac West in the long jump, Yakuba Nako.
Heat number 2 is now ready on the track. Miguel Coca of Adams State. He did have the fastest qualifying time this year at 3:40.96, the only athlete under 3:41. Luke Stuckey from Nebraska Kearney. Hamza Shahid from Wingate. Jared Gregor from MSU Moorhead, Trent Cochran from Colorado Christian, Patrick Lyell from Grand Valley State, Jagger Slotoff from UCCS, Dylan Haviland from Northwood, and Alexander Vance from Colorado Christian. They will make up heat number 2. And the time to beat for them will be 350.58 for that 5th place qualifying time. But keep your eye on Miguel Coca from Adams State.
And Mr. Starter will take the field for heat 2 of the 1500 after the game.
And we are underway. Miguel Coca from Adams State. He was 5th last year, but he was the winner of the indoor mile this indoor season, running 4:07.17.
From Nebraska Kearney, the NCAA runner-up at 1,500 meters. He was 3rd in the indoor mile. Luke Stuckey. And Tim 3 from Wingate, the South Atlantic champion and an indoor Olympic champion in the 3K and
and that is quickly Coca moving to the front to control the pace alongside Dylan Haviland, the junior from Northwood.
And from Northwood, Dylan Haviland, the G-Max 100. He was fourth placer in the mile indoors. And Alexander Vance of Colorado Christian, the number 3 performer all time for the Cougars. First time
Koka still controlling the pace, and they'll come through their first 400 at about 63, 64 second. That is still Haviland wearing hip number 8 and slotting into that third and fourth positions. You see Hamza Shahid from Wingate and Jared Gregor from MSU Moorhead. Dylan Haviland
on the leadership position.
says, I want to go to the front, and he is going to now set the pace down the backstretch. There's just over 600 meters to go. Sometimes, you know, running on the outside is more psychological than physical. Yes, you are running a little bit further, but knowing that you are free and not going to get boxed in is a great peace of mind for a runner, especially as they approach the finish. But as they come off the curve for the penultimate time, you've got Dylan Haviland of Northwood and Miguel Koka from Adams State, and then moving up into a prime position, Jared Gregor from Moorhead. He is in red. As we approach the bell lap at 2:55.
Just about 2:54, so fairly close to what they ran here in the first heat. We'll see what we have over the final 400 meters. Continues to be Haviland, Koka, here comes Gregor, and Shahid on the inside.
And again, you can see the pace picking up at this final charge. That is Miguel Koka, the senior from Adams State, taking the lead.
The indoor mile champion with 200 meters to go. And
Jared Gregor from Moorhead. The top 4, that's the automatic qualifiers.
Into the home stretch.
And moving up into third place now, Hamza Shahid. He's been on the inside from Wingate, so he is going to charge. You can see the athletes looking around, making sure they are in the top 4 spots. And the first 4 are going to be comfortably across. Jaggers Lodoff from UCCS, he's going to be 5th across the line. And he is the one that will have to check his time and see if he does advance on time. So Shahid will win at 3:51, Haviland 3:51.52, Koka 3:51.56, Lodoff 3:51.83. They're running for time. Gregor 5th at 3:51.90. So this second heat is going to be again slower than the first heat, and we'll just have to check all the times in both heats and see who advances.
Grand Valley State will be doing the awards. Finishing in 8th this year in the men's hammer throw with a throw of 61.62 meters.
And the top 12 will advance to the finals, so it looks like 3:52.52 is going to get into the finals. So that means we will have 2 advancing from each heat on time, the 5th and 6th runners, Gregor and Graff from the second heat, and Nord and Retschlag from the first heat will advance to the finals.
Top 4 in the men's hammer throw, finishing 4th from Tiffin, 62.85 best today. New PR for Jacob McPherson.
And you can see Shahid did come back running the fastest 400-meter split. He came from 4th position to win that heat.
And the runner-up
and
from
you can see we are now looking at the men's long jump.
That's
And
212
I believe this is Kevin Washington from Lubbock Christian
and the
on the
winner
runway.
from Grand Valley
This
State. The best mark in
just
Division
getting
II hammer
underway.
throw this season, 66.05 meters.
Washington just the 6th jumper in the first flight. Our early leader, Zach Olenek from Lewis, 6 meters 90. But again, only 2 clean marks in this event as we watch Kevin Washington from Lubbock Christian.
Congratulations, that's our second men's event to go through the finals.
clean jump for Washington. And he will go into the lead. 7 meters 31 for Washington on that jump. That's 23:11 and change, but that will move him in the lead. But again, we are in just the first round of the first flight in our men's long jump. Next up on the runway, Donovan Anderson of East Stroudsburg.
Christian Hall of Lincoln, Tennessee. Tiffany Huey, she's from India, 400 from Northwest Missouri. Robin Rose Curry of MSU Moorhead, and Sade Finley of Angelo State, number 4 on the performance list.
The Donovan Anderson, the freshman from East Stroudsburg, and the white flag goes up, so a clean jump for Anderson. And Anderson will go into the lead, 7 meters 36, 24 feet 1 3/4 inches. So Anderson is the new leader in the men's long jump. Next jumper will be Dylan Fox from DUI. Fox with a season best of 7 meters 55. First round jump is a clean jump for Fox. We'll see if he improves on his 7 meters 55 qualifying time. That would take him to the lead. And Fox 7 meters 47, so a new leader, 24 feet 6 1/4 inches. Dylan Fox bringing Glenn Butler of Lincoln. He'll be the next jumper on the runway. The runway's here on the east side of the track, running from south to north, so the slight wind is behind our long jumpers. But we're going to go back to the track as we get ready for our women's 400. We are going to have 3 heats of the women's 400, so the top 2 will advance, plus the next 3 fastest time. Heat 1, they are getting in their blocks. From the inside out, we'll have Jordan Brown of West Texas A&M, Luisaris Toledo from Northwest Missouri, Anna Salisbury from Lubbock Christian, Carissa Hall from Lee, Tiffany Hewley from Northwest Missouri, Robin Roll Curry from Moorhead, and Shade Finley from Angelo State. She'll be in lane 8. And a clean start. This is the first heat of 3 in our women's 400. Fastest qualifying time in this heat. Toledo's 53:33, the 3rd overall fastest qualifying time for the Venezuelan native running for Northwest Missouri State.
Left, lane 3, Lucy Toledo.
And that is Toledo in the green.
Very outside, we have Huey, Rose Curry, and Finlay.
Toledo in lane 3. Her teammate, Tiffany Hewley, in lane 6. And now moving up on the outside, that is Finley from Angelo State. He's going to win this first heat. And Roll Curry from MSU Moorhead looks to be the second one across the line. And Finley will run 53:13. Roll Curry 53:22. So they'll take the 2 automatic qualifying spots. Again, top 2 plus the next 3 fastest times will advance. So Toledo, with the 3rd fastest qualifying time, just 3rd in her heat at 53:52. And she will have to wait on the bubble for our next 2 heats on the track.
West Texas A&M, Sade Overstreet, Missouri Southern, Deanna Fields of Cal Poly Pomona, Kennedy Klein of Northwest Missouri, Nigel Young Bay, Franklin Pierce.
And there are the lane assignments now for heat number 2. Ariana Vera from Fresno Pacific will be in 2. Corazia Perry from West Texas A&M in 3. Charday Overstreet of Missouri Southern in 4. Ayanna Fields of Cal Poly Pomona in 5, Kennedy Klein of Northwest Missouri in 6, Nija Young-Bay of Franklin Pierce in 7, and Sheann Walters from Angelo State. She will be in lane 8. We can see Kennedy Klein from Northwest Missouri is a DNS.
And Kevin Washington, 7.31, 7.27 for Glenn Butler. So the top 4 all over 7.27 meters. Early in the long jump preliminaries, flight 1.
Fastest qualifying time there you saw in lane 3, Portia Perry from West Texas A&M, 52.82. That is the number 2 qualifying time overall. He was 5th indoors, running 54.51 this season. But she will be the favorite and the one to keep an eye out for there in lane 3. Again, the heat are seated, but once you are placed into a heat, the lanes are drawn randomly. And a clean start in heat number 2. And that is Perry very quickly out on the first curve, making up the stagger. Perry from West Texas A&M.
Running well in lane 5.
Lane 5, Ayanna Fields of Cal Poly Pomona, also making up her stagger. But as they head to the north curve, you'll see them even up a little bit. You've got Fields in the middle of the track in the yellow. And on the outside in the yellow, you have Sheann Walters from Angelo State. Top 2 are automatically in. And that is Ayanna Fields of Cal Poly Pomona moving up on the inside. There is Portia Perry from West Texas A&M, and they will take the first 2 spots. Fields will run 53.27, Perry 53.47. And Walters will have the fastest third at 53.56.
And running the third and final heat of the women's 400-meter dash, Shireen Boy, defending champion.
And of course, the wind is not a statistical factor in the 400, but all the athletes will tell you that the wind is a factor, but a negative 1.6 wind on that home stretch. So the wind is not completely still, but gusts keeping everything legal on our home stretch. Heat 3 will see Shireen Valaboy of Winona State in 2, Zakia McDaniel of Angelo State in 3, Madison Flores of Fresno Pacific will be in lane 4, Elena Werner of Azusa Pacific in 5, Samantha Payne of Catawba in 6, Chloe Sains of Northwest Missouri in 7, and Eve Hine of Lee will be in lane 8. And we do have our overall fastest qualifier this year, Shireen Valaboy, the Malaysian running at Winona State. She is our defending champion. She ran 52.68 last year to win this event. She's run 51.80 this season. So not only is she our defending champion, she is our indoor champion and a 2-time indoor champion. So keep an eye on her running out of the lane 2 on the inside. And there in lane 2, you see Shireen Valaboy from Winona State. Valaboy's mother ran the 400 for Malaysia in the 1988 Olympic. So you may say that she is fulfilling her destiny running the 400 here for Winona State in the national championship with already gold medals under her belt. But she's just running for the top 2 today, qualified.
Heat 3 of 3.
Elena Werner of Azusa Pacific.
5 and 6.
She's moving up on the inside of the track in the white on black. She did have the second fastest qualifying time in this heat, the sophomore from Azusa Pacific. And you can see her in the middle of the track. She's got the lead as they approach the curve, but there comes Valiboy from Winona State. And they will be side by side coming off the curve. And moving up on the outside, Samantha Payne from Catawba. But Valiboy from Winona State, our defending champion, she is going to take the first qualifying spot. Elena Werner of Azusa Pacific will be second. 52.86 and 52.89 for Valiboy and Werner. That will be the 2 fastest times overall qualifying. And as the results are tabulated, of course, I'm unofficial, but it looks like Samantha Payne will be the final qualifier for the finals at 53.63. Toledo and Walters will also advance, so it looks like the fastest thirds in each of our 3 heats will advance to the finals, and our women's 400-meter finals scheduled for 6:15 on Saturday.
Not much separating those top 7 jumpers in flight 1 in the men's long jump, and again, we're in the second half of those preliminary jumps.
And you can see at the top of that page the wind at a minus 1.4. And again, with the 400 meters, as they run a complete lap around the track, the wind reading not as important, but it does show that there is a breeze on there. Most of these athletes feeling that at their back as they go down the backstretch and in their face as they come down the home stretch.
Okay, while we wait the mark there, let's get the finalists into the men's 4x1. Your qualifying team: Northwest Missouri, Academy of Art, Limestone, UCCS, Pittsburgh State, Lenore Ryan, Carson Newman, and West Texas A&M, the only other team under 39 seconds today. 38.96, that's 5 seconds to the second off the all-time record here in the prelims. Carson Newman checks in at 39.18.
And as we transition over to the men's 400, again, we will have 3 heats qualifying the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 3 fastest times to the finals. The men's 400 finals scheduled to begin Saturday at 6:25.
Qualifiers in the women's 1500, Celine Ritter of Lee, Courtney McAlinda of Westminster, Alia O'Malley of Grand Valley, Haley Bayer, Winona State, Kate Hedler of UC Colorado Springs.
And you are looking at Dakari Bush from Harding. He does have the 3rd fastest qualifying time this year, running 46 flat. And as heat number 1 is getting ready in the blocks, you can see there that lanes 1 and 2 will be open. So from the inside out in lane 3, Shay Lara of Limestone. Ruben Nichols from Lincoln will be in 4. Ashwin Jude of Carson Newman in 5. Dakari Bush of Harding in 6. Raheem Kate Best of Mary in 7. And in lane 8, we will have Dominic Gonzalez Shellmeyer from Azusa Pacific. And you can see they are just waiting for the time schedule.
And fans, the quick update here, we do have your qualifiers into the finals in the men's 1500. Evan Grape of UCCS, Jared Gregor, MSU Moorhead, Jagger Dolaton.
Track fans will appreciate that the goal of every track meet is to stay exactly on schedule. Coaches and athletes running in multiple events or competing in field events and running events, definitely always aware of the recovery time between the races. It is very easy to think, wow, we should just go to a rolling schedule.
Again, just like the
and
women,
just
we're
get
gonna
one
have
race
3
on the
heats
track
here. We're
after
gonna
the
advance
other.
9 to
But
finals
if you
to
have
track, so that means
run a
we have
400 and
2
then you are
heats,
coming
and
back to
then
run a
we'll
200 in the
lead
later in the
on.
day, you
Record
definitely
is
want to
44.19.
get all the rest and recovery you can. So we will make every effort to stick on schedule. We will never run ahead of schedule. But the weather does look clear. We got quite a cloud cover to the south and to the north. But Pueblo here, located in what they call the Banana Belt, often with the best weather in the state. And it does look like the rain has divided to the north and the south. So we are hoping for a clean evening weather-wise, as we are mostly running preliminaries today. We'll have preliminaries in the 100 meters, the steeplechase, the 400-meter hurdles, and then, of course, the conclusion of day one, traditionally the men's and women's 10,000 meters finals. Those scheduled to begin at 8:10 for the women and 8:50 for the men here in the Mountain Time Zone. And of course,
for heat 1 of the men's 400. In lane 3, the man from Limestone, the South Atlantic runner-up at 400, the school record holder for the state, Chi Lara. In lane 4, from Lincoln, the NCAA champion in the 400 and the 200, and outdoor finalist in this event last year, Ruben Nichols. In 5, from Carson Newman, the South Atlantic, 5th placer in the South Atlantic, first-time qualifier here, Ashlyn Jude. In 6, from Harding, the Great American champion and the school record holder for the Bison, Dakari Bush. In 7, from U Mary, the Northern Sun champion in the 4 and the 2, and the school record holder for the Marauders, Raheem Tate Death. And in lane 9, from Azusa Pacific, the Pac West runner-up, and he was an outdoor All-American last year, Dominic Gonzalez-Shellman.
and you can hear the public address calling out the starters for this next race on the track. It's the first of 3 heats in our men's 400-meter qualifying. And our fastest qualifier in this first heat is Dakari Bush from Harding. He is a school record holder at Harding in the 200, the 400, and the 4x100. He is also running the 110-meter hurdle. Clean start. That is Bush in lane 6, the junior from Harding, with the fastest qualifying time, 46 flat qualifying time. And you can see that he has made up some of the stagger as they head down the back stretch. Bush in lane 6 in the all black. He will be your leader as they head into the curve. And he'll keep an eye on those athletes inside of him. Again, just trying to finish in the top 2 and advance. Those athletes running in multiple events, the recovery very important to them. And in lane 4, that is Ruben Nichols from Lincoln. And a charge from Ashman Jude and Carson Newman, but it is going to be Bush from Harding first across the line, 45.70, so a season best time definitely for Dakari Bush from Harding, 45.70. Jude will run 46.43 for the second spot. Nichols from Lincoln, he will be on the bubble at 46.44.
So the standard set there as Bush goes under 46 seconds in heat 1. Your lane assignment in heat 2 in lane 3 from Northwest Missouri, third in the MIAA, number 3 all time for the Bearcats, Prince Griffin. In 4 from West Texas, he was 4th in the Lone Star, named All-American at 400 meters, Brian Pickett. In lane 5 from Lubbock Christian, the Lone Star runner-up and school record holder for the Chaps, George Garcia. In 6, the man from Assumption, the Northeast Tanganyika champion at 400, the school record holder for the Greyhound, Trayshawn Bowie. In lane 7 from Adams State, the RMAC champion and a 2-time All-American at 200 meters, Jonah Behill. And on the outside of the track, the man from the Academy of Art, the Pac West champion in the 4 and the 2, Duncan Ayame.
And as we get ready now for heat number 2, Prince Griffin of Northwest Missouri will be in 3. Brian Pittman of West Texas A&M in 4. George Garcia of Lubbock Christian in 5. Tayshawn Bowie from Assumption in 6. Jonah Vigil of Adams State in 7. Duncan Aguimang from Academy of Art in 8. You're looking at Prince Griffin there from Northwest Missouri, the junior. He comes in with a 46.73. The fastest qualifying time is in lane 5. George Garcia, the freshman from Lubbock Christian, he comes in at 45.87. Garcia is your Lone Star Conference silver medalist and the indoor conference champion from the Lone Star Conference as a freshman at Lubbock Christian. Second heat of 3 on the track. That is Tayshawn Bowie of Assumption in the blue in the middle of your screen, making up the stagger. Brian Pittman of West Texas A&M coming out of lane 4. At the top of the curve, though, this is Bowie from Assumption. But keep an eye on the middle of the track, the freshman from Lubbock Christian, George Garcia, in the gray on blue. And he is moving up, and he is going to finish second. So we're going to have Bowie and Garcia crossing 1 and 2, taking those automatic qualifying spots.
Two jumps, so that's in the preliminaries. Flight 1 of the men's long jump. Dylan Fox is next.
Just looking there as the numbers start to populate, the wind has dropped. We are down to a minus 0.5. And as we look at the flag, they are resting. Garcia and Bowie, 46-12 apiece. So they'll take the 2 automatic qualifying spots. Duncan Aguimang at 46-25 will be sitting on the bubble.
The march for Dylan Fox. And then Glenn Butler, 7.68 metric jump, 25.2.5. New best for him in the second round, put him in first. Runner-up indoors this past year, fifth twice in the indoor championships.
And I think we're going to take a quick look at some of the other earlier field events from today, beginning with our men's pole vault competition. Men's pole vault, very exciting. You see Thomas Nieto there. He cleared 5 meters 35 and was the leader, but it came down to the very last jump. Vlad Malikin of Harding, he makes this jump. He is the champion. He misses it. He will finish second. He did clear 5 meters 45, 17:10. So Malikin is your champion in the men's pole vault. And then the event that just finished up right before we began competition today in the men's hammer throw. Peyton Barton of Missouri Southern was second, but it was Jacob Urban of Grand Valley State throwing 66.05, 260 team feet for a national championship. Jacob Urban from Grand Valley. Back to the men's 400. And in our third heat, now setting their way on the track, Odell Dames from West Texas A&M will be in 2. Timothy Frederick of Eastern New Mexico in 3. Quinton Sansing of West Texas A&M in 4. Nicholas Clay from Mississippi College in 5. Leon Tafranica from Cal State LA in 6. Difasesu Boya from Carson Newman in 7. And Michael Samihamba from Texas A&M Kingsville will be rounding out the field in lane 8. You'll want to keep your eye on Quinton Sansing in lane 4, the senior from West Texas A&M. Not only the fastest qualifying time this year, two-time Lone Star Conference champion, and he was 3rd in this event last year, but does have our fastest qualifying time this year out of lane 4. Third heat of 3 on the track, qualifying the top 2 in the next 3 fastest times. Tafranica of Cal State LA is your leader there on the outside of the track. And as we get into the curve, you will see on the inside moving up, that is Quinton Sansing in the lane 4. And he is going to come off the curve in the lead. Fastest qualifier, Sansing, and you can see that strength as he powers his way down the straightaway. So the senior from West Texas A&M is going to win that heat, and Tafranica from Cal State LA will hold on for second. 46.03 for Sansing. Though that first heat, Dakari Bush, 45.70. He is going to be the overall fastest qualifier. Sansing will be second at 46.03. And it does look like the unofficial fastest qualifying time will be Agumong at 46.25. Ruben Nichols of Lincoln will get into the finals, and Jonah Vigil from Adams State, 46.46, looks to be the 9th and final qualifier in this men's 400. Again, the men's 400 scheduled for a 6:25 Saturday final.
Again, flag 2 warm-ups underway in the men's long jump. Best mark from flag 1, 7.91 meters, and 7.63 is the second best mark, and 7.56 is the third best mark. So the top 3 from flag 1 at 7.5 meters or better. 9 going to the finals after the second flight.
Looking ahead at the weather forecast for the next 2 days, it does look like Saturday is going to be the best day of the 3-day championship, with temperatures in the mid to upper 70s and even approaching 80 degrees. Today, we started the afternoon at about mid 70s. Just looking at our current weather, says it is 75 degrees right now here in Pueblo, Colorado, the campus of PSU Pueblo. And as we look at the scoreboard there, you can see the wind for that last 400, just a negative 0.1. So as the sun goes down, the wind dropped as well. Looking out at the flag, they are showing us that same reflection. There is virtually no wind on the track now as we get ready for our 100-meter preliminaries. We are going to run from south to north on our home stretch here. And there you see the lane assignment for the first heat of our women's 100-meter dash. We will have 3 heats, so the top 2 will advance automatically. And you see Denisha Cartwright of Minnesota State in 1, Tanaya Looney of Pitt State in 3, Kaya Epps of Walsh in 4, Renee Taylor of Northern State will be in lane 5, Rose Agbuli from Lewis in 6, Jalen Reeves from Mount Olive in 7, Marie Eloise Leclerc from Simon Fraser will be in 8, and Allie Hammond from Northwest Missouri will be in lane 9. Denisha Cartwright in lane 2 from Minnesota State. She is also one of the better hurdlers. She'll be competing in the 100-meter hurdles. She was 7th last year, but an indoor bronze medalist in both the 60 and the 200, and a national champion in the 60-meter hurdles indoors. Cartwright, a 7-time conference champion. at the Northern Sun Intercollegiate Conference. So across her many events, 7 times conference champion. So we're going to keep an eye on Denisha Cartwright of Minnesota State and a native of the Bahamas. Her fastest qualifying time in this heat, 11.30. She is in lane 2.
In lane 8, and Allie Hammond in Northwest Missouri running in lane 9.
And again, we are just a few minutes ahead of schedule, which is a beautiful thing for most people to hear at a track meet. So as they are patiently waiting for the start of this next race, I'd like to remind everyone that the goals are different for everyone. Not everyone comes to a national championship expecting to win, but everyone would love to improve their time. Obviously, a podium finish, the goal, the top 8 receiving their medals on the podium and will be given All-American status. Places 9 through 12 get second team All-American status. And of course, this year with the World Championship coming up, many of our athletes trying to get their qualifying teams that will either advance them or qualifying them for their national teams. World Championship this year being held in late August in Budapest, Hungary. For the Americans in the field, the USA Track and Field Championships are July 6th through 9th in Eugene, Oregon. And every year we will see some qualifying times and distances coming out of the Division II ranks, and those athletes continuing on their seasons trying to qualify for their national teams. And of course, next year, 2024, they will be looking at the Paris Olympic. But you can see they are now taking their marks from the inside out. Cartwright, Looney, Epp, Taylor, Ogbuli, Reeve, Leclerc, and Hammond. So a clean start, and you can see in lane 1 that is going to be Denisha Cartwright. And she will be first across the line, 11:39 for Cartwright, so close to her season best. Marie-Eloise Leclerc of Simon Fraser from the outside, 11:52. So those will be the first 2 automatic qualifiers, 11:39, 11:52, Cartwright and Leclerc. A plus 0.5 on the wind reading. So hopefully for the rest of the evening, the wind not being a factor. But we will be running south to north for the remainder of our 100-meter preliminaries for both the women and the men.
Folks, that was an electric first heat of the women's 100 as we fill the gap here before heat 2 joins us on the track. We do have your final qualifiers to the finals of the men's 400-meter dash. From out of state, Jonah Vigil. From Lincoln, Ruben Nichols. From Carson Newman, Ashwin Jude. In from Cal State LA, Leon Tafaranika. From Academy of Art, Duncan Aguirre. From Assumption, Trayshawn Bowie. From Lubbock Christian, George Garcia. The second fastest qualifier on the day from West Texas A&M, Quentin Sansing. And the man, the only man under 46 seconds today, 45.70 from Harding, Dakari Bush, the fast qualifier into the final.
And as we wait now for our second heat of the women to come out and take the track, we want to thank you all for joining us today, watching the NCAA Division II Championship from Pueblo, Colorado. 754 entrant in the national championships. That 377 each of men and women competing here today. Some in multiple events, some in just one event. And again, many of them competing for the first time at an altitude site. Pueblo situated 4,690 feet above sea level. For the sprinters, with the thinner air, generally some faster times, while the distance runners generally not going to run as fast at altitude. The conversion generally about 5 seconds in a mile. Later on this evening, we'll see that 10,000 meter run, and we're talking about a minute difference generally there in a conversion running at altitude. Setting their blocks now, you can see this is Heat 2 for the women. Alexis Hollis of Central Washington will be on the inside in lane 2. Lyric Holman of Fort Hays State in 3. Alana Wilson of West Texas A&M in 4. Tiara Arsenault of Colorado Mesa there in lane 5. DeAndre Green of West Texas A&M will be in 6. Devon Franklin of California, Pennsylvania will be in 7. Alexis Brown of Lenore Rhine in 8. And Leah Belfield of West Texas A&M will be in lane 9. Fastest qualifying time in this heat, keep your eye on lane 7. That is Devon Franklin from California, Pennsylvania. He's run 11:27. That's the second fastest qualifying time this outdoor season. And she is your indoor silver medalist in the 60. Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference champion in the 100 and the 200. And indoors in the 60 and the 100 for the past 3 years. So representing California, Pennsylvania, Devon Franklin trying to uphold the Pennsylvania honors today. 3-time conference champion in the short sprint. So she is in lane 7. And a quick start for Franklin in lane 7. And she will power through to the finish, and she will capture that automatic qualifying spot. Devon Franklin of California, Pennsylvania, 11:45. And it looked like the second qualifying time. Alexis Brown of Lenore Rhine, she's going to run 11:56, but that will be good enough for second place and an automatic qualifying spot. DeAndre Green, 11:59, and her teammate Leah Belfield at 11:75. So as we look at the compiled result, looks like 11:75 will be the bubble time as we get ready for our third heat.
John Washburn, a qualifier in 2022. Indoors, he was 12th this year. Third indoors in the MIAA. Josh Hopkins, jumping 7th in flight to.
And you may hear over the microphone the introductions for the men's long jump final.
James Gilbert of Minnesota State.
The long jump being contested over on the east side of the track, so we won't see them as we continue with our 100-meter sprints, which are over on the west side of the track. But our next event will be the women's steeplechase And as we see the 25 laps around the track for each of our 10,000 meter races, you will be able to catch sight, and we'll bring you up to date with that second flight of the men's long jump just getting underway. There you see the ladies coming up for heat number 3 of this 100 meters. Setting her block in lane 2, Shireen Billaboy of Winona State. And we did just see her competing in that 400. So that is what we talked about when we stick to our time schedule. Billaboy just completing her 400 and wanting every minute of that recovery time. So she's happy to be seeded into the 3rd heat of this 100. That's Billaboy in 2. Zakia McDaniel of Angelo State will be in 3. Madison Flores of Fresno Pacific in 4. Elena Werner from Azusa Pacific in 5. Samantha Payne of Paba in 6. Chloe Sainz of Northwest Missouri in 7. And Eve Hine, correction. And
Lincoln, Missouri, and Isabel Ho.
Here is our Heat 3 lineup. We're going to have Selena Arona Alcazar of Academy of Art in lane 2. That is her setting her block. Crystal Martindale of Lewis in 3. Shanice Walker of Lincoln in 4. Michaela Jackson of Minnesota State in 5. Tarde De Souza of Carson Newman in 6. Giovanna Gustav of Lincoln in 7. Isabella Hull of Washburn in lane 8. And this heat will feature our fastest qualifier this season, Shanice Walker from Lincoln. She has run 11:21. She will be in lane 4. And there you can see her happy with her block setting. Lane 4, keep an eye on Shanice Walker, the freshman from Lincoln. And on the outside there, that is Isabella Hull from Washburn, wearing kit number 8. This is the 3rd heat of 3 in our women's 100 meters. Lane 5, Michaela Jackson from Minnesota State. She's the indoor champion, both 2023 and 22 in the 60 meters. So Jackson of Minnesota State, look for her to get out quickly in lane 5, and Walker in 4.
Jackson coming up to challenge her.
And that is going to be Walker first across the line.
And that'll be Walker.
11:46. Jackson will run 11:56. So they will take the 2 automatic qualifying spot. And as our timing system updates, it looked like the 3 fastest non-qualifiers, or 3 fastest times that advance, will be DeAndre Green of West Texas A&M, Tanaya Looney of Pitt State, and Crystal Martindale of Lewis at 11:69. That will be your 3rd and final time qualifier for the women's 100, and the women's 100 scheduled to run on Saturday at 6:35. That'll conclude our women's 100-meter dash. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with the men's 100-meter dash 3 heats. Welcome back to Pueblo, Colorado, and the 2023 NCAA Division II National Track Championships. On the track there, you see the first heat of the men's 100-meter preliminaries. We have 3 heats qualifying the top 2 in each heat. In the inside here, we have Micah Gremling of Walsh, Malachi Adams of Tiffin, Malachi Carroll of McKendree, Michael Gizzi of Alabama Huntsville, Devin Moore of Carson Newman, Weichard Guerville of Tiffin, Xavier Carmichael of Pitt State, and Tad Kirby of Harding. So our first false start of the 2023 championship. And you can see that is Richard Guerville of Tiffin nervously returning to the block. And he is going to get the red card. And unfortunately, that means he is out and disqualified from the competition.
Here in Heat 1, Evansville be down to 1 man as we reset the field. Gremlin, Adams, Carroll, Moore, Carmichael, and Kirby.
And you can see Guerville there having a conversation with the starter. That is one the athlete rarely wins. That he does receive an explanation as he is disqualified. And in the sport of track and field, at this level, you just get one jump and you are out of competition. And you can see in the replay there, yes, just a slight hesitation, but he did make that motion before the gun, so unfortunately he is going to be disqualified. And now Heat 1 again taking their way in the block. Gremling in 2, Adams in 3, Carroll in 4, Gizzi in 5, Moore in 6, Carmichael in 8, Kirby in 9. And the second start is clean.
Second attempt in it is the man in the middle of the track, Devon Moore.
And from lane 6, looks like Devin Moore from Carson Newman is going to be first across the line.
Moore takes it 10,
And he is going to run 10:28. He did have the fastest qualifying time this year. He ran a 9.9, the winner of the Texas Relays. Moore from Carson Newman. He and Xavier Carmichael of Pitt State running out of lane 8 will take the 2 automatic qualifying times, leaving Malachi Adams at 10:42 on the bubble.
When we go to Heat 2.
Equipment adjustment at the long jump. That is what the delay has been there. James Gilbert, Minnesota State, measured 7.75 meters, 25.5 1/4 on his first attempt. He's now in second behind Butler. And now Jay Kiner is on the runway for his first attempt.
Again, the win reading on that race just plus 0.1. So the wind no longer a factor in the times for these individuals in the qualifying. Of course, the goal is to advance, so the top 2 automatically in, and everyone hoping for their season best time. Setting the blocks now, Heat 2, we'll have Isaac Batio of West Texas A&M in 2, Josh Verhoff of Findlay in 3, Isaac Davis of Fresno Pacific in 4, Tevin Wright-Rose from Pitt State in 5, Kevin Turner from Mississippi College in 6, Kurt Modeste from Limestone in 7, Terrell Edward of Tusculum in 8, and Joseph Manu from West Texas A&M He will be in lane 9.
3 all-time for the Gorillas in this event, Kevin Wright Rose. In lane 6 from Mississippi College, he's also runner-up in the 100 and a first-time qualifier, Kevin Turner. In lane 7 from Limestone, number 2 all-time for the Saints, also qualified at 200 meters, Kurt Modeste. In lane 8 from Tusculum, 4th in the South Atlantic and the school record holder for the Pioneers, Tyrell Edwards. And in lane 9 from West Texas A&M, the Lone Star runner-up in the 1 and the 2, number 3 all-time for the Buffs, Joseph Mono.
Back at the long jump, a couple of fouls, one for L.J. Kiner with Jermel Jones, the second also fouled in his first attempt. And that leads us to Slade Held of Minnesota State. This will be his first attempt. This will be the final jump in the first round.
You're looking there at Tevin Wright Rose of Pitt State, wearing hip number 5. There is Kurt Modeste from Limestone, wearing hip number 7. You can tell from the shadows now, the sun going down to the west, and we are over here on the west side of the track, running south-north. On the outside, lane 8, Terrell Edward of Tusculum. And setting his block there in lane 9, Joseph Manu of West Texas A&M. Fastest qualifier in this second heat, running in lane 2 today, Isaac Botio, the freshman from West Texas A&M. The native of Ghana. He was a bronze medalist in this event last year. But he is not only the Lone Star champion, he is the 60-meter champion. So expect an early start out of lane 2, Botio of West Texas A&M. Botio, a gold, silver, and bronze medalist at the All-Africa University Games, getting gold in the 4x100 meter relay. Botsi out quickly in lane 2, the 60-meter indoor champion, and he will be the first to 60 meters, being challenged on the outside by Manu of West Texas A&M.
10:27 on the official there as he books a ticket to the final.
And that is going to be Botio, 10:27, 10:31 for Manu, 10:43 the fastest third.
10:43, which is a hundredth of a second faster than Malachi Adams out of heat 1.
Cordell Touch at the long jump runway, number 7 all-time indoors.
And as you see all the times now for heat number 2 lining up on the track, that third place time there, Modeste from Limestone at 10:43. That's going to put him in that precarious spot of having the next 3 fastest times, Malachi Adams and Micah Gremling of the first heat running 10:42. And that'll take us to our final heat now in the men's 100 meters. Diego Gonzalez from Puerto Rico, Mayaguez will be in 2. Dario Matau of Lenoir-Rhyne in 3. Philip Landrum of Fort Hays State in 4. Joel Dos Santos from Northwest Missouri will be in 5. Robin Black of the Academy of Art in 6. Jordan Taylor of Tusculum in 7. Manakakaishe Charamba from, we'll get that one right, Charamba from Carson Newman. And we're going to want to keep an eye on him. He is 3rd in this last year and won the Texas Relays this year. So Charamba from Carson Newman in lane 8 will be a man to watch. And Antonio Lay of Central Missouri in lane 9. He does have the second fastest qualifying time. He ran 10:07 at the MIAA prelims. He was 4th last year. So keep an eye on the outside of the track in heat number 3 with Charamba and Lay in lanes 8 and 9 in heat 3.
He won the 200 indoors, the 5-time All-American, Makanakashi Charamba. And in lane 9 from Central Missouri, the 4th in this event last year, the score record holder for the Mules, Antonio Lay.
From the inside out, Gonzalez, Matau, Landrum, Dos Santos, Black, Taylor, Caramba, and Lay. And that may just be the athletes taking too long to get into their block. They were not yet set. So you see the green card being held up. That is just a warning to the field. Basically, the starters will tell them that they need to get into their blocks when they are commanded to do so. So that is a warning to the field.
Gonzalez, Matau, Landrum, Dos Santos, Black, Taylor, Charamba, and Lay.
And we'll see them definitely get into their block a little more quickly this time and be ready to go. Charamba in 8, Lay in 9, and Lay pulls up, so he's out of the running. In lane 8, you are going to see Charamba. Lane 6 is out, so unfortunately, 2 runners coming up limp. And that is going to be Matau from Lenore Rhine running 10:19. Charamba will take second at 10:21. Black will run 10:29. Landrum 10:36. So those will be times that advance them into the finals. So a crazy heat number 3. Unfortunately, 2 athletes did not finish. Taylor and Lay, you can see at the bottom with their DNF, both came up limping. So hopefully they'll be all right for multiple events. But overall, the fastest heat. And that does mean that both Landrum and Dos Santos, Black and Landrum, will advance on time, along with Malachi Adams of Tiffin. He'll be the 9th place athlete heading to the finals at 10:42. So we're going to go from our fastest events, the 100 meters. We began over here on the west side of the track, and we're going to move to one of the longer races that will start on the east side of the track. And you can see on your screen there the barriers being set up for our 3,000-meter steeplechase.
In the 3,000-meter steeple, we'll have 12 advanced top 4 for each heat versus the next 4 best times. Kimberly Garris of Edinburgh. Alex Reichart, Colorado School of Mines, Isla Davis in Western Washington. Natalie Graber, she was 3rd in the 3K indoors. Comes in number 3 on the performance list from Grand Valley State, wearing hip number 4. Meg Shesky of Hillsdale. Arian Stonebarger of Adams State. Caroline Cunningham, Northwest Missouri. Allison Beasley of Western Colorado. Ava O'Connor, 6th in the indoor 3,000. Earlier this year from Adams State, she comes in number 2 on the performance list. And Morgan Hikes of Adams State, wearing hip number 10.
So we will get ready for the 3,000-meter steeplechase. We're just going to have 2 heats here, so the top 4 will advance, and the next 4 fastest times for the finals that are scheduled to begin tomorrow. The finals for this event at 7:15 tomorrow evening. So these athletes just over 24 hours to recover and do it all over again. And you can see heat 1 lining up over on the far side of the track. As they run around the north side, they will pass that water barrier, but they will not have to hurdle the water barrier the first time around. The first hurdle they face will be just about 200 meters in as they start on the south curve.
Even 6'3" for Jones.
Kimberly Gorse from Edinburgh, Alex Reichart from Mines, Hila Davis from Western Washington, Natalie Graber from Grand Valley State, Matt Gaszewski from Hillsdale, Erin Stonebarger from Adams State, Caroline Cunningham from Northwest Missouri, Allison Beasley from Western Colorado, Ava O'Connor from Adams State, and Morgan Hikes from Adams State. Adams State wearing the fluorescent green on dark green. You can see 3 runners from Adams State, the Grizzlies from Alamosa, Colorado. Just about a 2-hour drive from Pueblo into the mountains and the valley. And we are underway in this first section of the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. We'll keep an eye on Ava O'Connor from Adams State. The native of Ireland is the second fastest qualifier, running 10:07.96 this season. She is your indoor 6th place runner in the 3,000 and a member of the distance medley relay team that finished 2nd indoors. And in 2022 is the indoor, she was 3rd in the mile. And as they approach their first barrier now, you can see that is Isla Davis from West Washington, quickly moving to the front to set the pace. And you can see the 3 Adams State runners in the track. As we mentioned at the top of the program, Adams State, they were your 2022-23 cross-country champions. They won indoor championship as a team, so they are looking for that tough-to-get treble of cross-country, indoor track, and outdoor track and field team championship. Today is just day 1, so we've only had a couple of events completed, but advancing multiple runners to the finals of the steeplechase will be a big step for the Grizzlies looking to capture that team title. Isla Davis of West Washington is setting the pace. Ava O'Connor, the sophomore from Adams State, that's her wearing hip number 9. And rounding out the top 3, Natalie Graber of Grand Valley State, followed by Morgan Hikes from Adams State. Those are your 4 runners now, as they have 6 laps to go in this steeplechase. The top 4 will automatically advance, along with the next 4 fastest times. Another name to keep an eye on in this first heat, Natalie Graber of Grand Valley State. She's the Great Lakes Intercollegiate Athletic Champion in the 1500. She was 3rd in the 3,000 meters indoors. And Grand Valley State capturing the distance medley relay indoors this year. And Natalie Gruber running a leg on that relay. She does have the 3rd fastest qualifying time coming into this race. She's run 10:13.41 this season. But our leader continues to be Davis from West Washington. She's run 10:21.10 this season to qualify. And O'Connor from Adams State, the sophomore, now taking the lead on the home stretch here. As she hurdles the barrier, you can see the top athlete hurdling the barriers without putting a foot on them, and that takeoff. That is a more recent adaptation to running the steeplechase. Most athletes, when they are beginning, will not necessarily hurdle the barrier, but will use it to push off with their trail leg, give them an extra boost, but also does add to the hurdling skill to be able to clear it completely.
Lead group of 5 really pulled away. Ava O'Connor of Adams State, Isla Davis of Western Washington, Natalie Graber.
O'Connor now
of Adams State, Allison Beasley of
getting clear of the pack.
Coming up to the water jump once
One of
again.
the most difficult things in all of sports is when there is a large pack of runners approaching a barrier in the steeplechase, and you are essentially hurdling a barrier that you cannot see. But O'Connor through the water jump, staying into the lead. Now moving up into second place, that's Natalie Graber of Grand Valley. So the top 2 seeded runners in this heat taking their place at the front and pushing the chart. Davis still hanging on to third place. And that is Allison Beasley of Western Colorado, now moving her way up into third position. Again, the top 4 will automatically advance. And we've got O'Connor and Graber and Beasley and Davis running 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, of course, the 5th place runner looking to qualify by time, and that is Morgan Hikes from Adams State.
The lead group here of 5, who must have the best chance right now to go to the top 4.
Jump for Josh Hopkins of Washburn on his 3rd attempt, trying to improve on a 7.12 that he did in round 2. Hopkins to be followed by James Gilbert of Minnesota State.
And as we start to see the separation in this first heat, 3 out front, 4 and 5 running for that automatic qualifying spot.
Again, here's James Gilbert of Minnesota State, 7.75 on his first attempt, 25.5
And now in 6th position and trying to move up on the field, that is Caroline Cunningham from Northwest Missouri State. But here are your 3 up front: O'Connor, Graber, and Beasley.
Moving into a strong 6th position, Alex Reichert, the Colorado School of Mines. Caroline Cunningham of Northwestern Missouri as well. So O'Connor, Graber, Beasley, Davis, Hikes, Cunningham, Reichert, and Shesky.
Gilbert put back-to-back 7.48 meters as his 2nd and 3rd jumps. And now on the runway is L.J. Kiner of Pittsburgh.
And they have just about 1,000 meters to go. The front 3 comfortably out there. And if they can just maintain their pace, they can qualify without putting out too much extra effort. Again, the goal just to be in those top 4. And as they get some separation, O'Connor, Graber, and Beasley. And in that last lap, quite a big move from Caroline Cunningham, the senior from Northwest Missouri State. She's moved up all the way from 6th into 4th place and is actually closer to our leaders than the 5th place runner, and getting top 4 is that all important. 2 laps to go for our leaders now, and O'Connor running safely at the lead. And you can see her going wide just a little bit as she approaches each hurdle. These barriers do not give, so an athlete always needs to take an extra little bit of care as they cross the barriers. Steeplechase, basically the track equivalent of cross-country running, where athletes would run across the fields, across the creeks, and over or around any natural barriers. Steeplechase simulating that here on the track. And as they approach this water jump for the penultimate time, O'Connor and Graber running side by side, with Beasley safely in 3rd and Cunningham in 4th. So they should not have to push themselves too hard in this final lap. The 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th place runners, as we see them going through the water jump and coming down the stretch, they will need to be the ones most worried about the time. Graber and O'Connor on the inside and outside with 1 lap to go.
7:49. That's what he needed to move up. How about that? This is first competition.
Graber now taking over a little bit of the pace out front. And you see O'Connor look around quickly just to make sure that they're safely out in front. Our top 3 on the backstretch for the final time. And Cunningham just behind and out of your view. But the top 4 are safely ahead of the 5th place runner. So now just the goal of finishing safely over the remaining barriers and recovering for the finals tomorrow. But there's always a little bit of pride on who wants to be the first one across the finish line. And now you'll see we'll have just about a 100-meter sprint to the finish, and we'll see which one of these 3 wants to take home that title of winning the first heat. O'Connor in the green, now taking the lead. Graber in the white on black, and then Beasley in the red on black. They are going to finish 1, 2, 3, and it is going to be Ava O'Connor, the sophomore from Adams State, taking the honors, as she will be first across the line. Maybe, maybe not, as she slows at the very end. But again, the goal just being in the top 4. Graber will officially be first across the line. They'll both run 10:37. So Graber and O'Connor. Beasley at 10:39, Cunningham at 10:40. They are your 4 automatic qualifiers. So here are the important times. Morgan Hikes of Adams State will run 10:53. She'll be 5th. Davis, our early leader, she'll be 6th at 11:01, just ahead of Alex Reichert of Mines, also at 11:01. Chesky will finish at 11:02:49. So those will be the 4 fastest times to beat for heat number 2.
Running in heat number 2 up to Maria Mitchell of Lincoln Valley State, Amanda Montplaisir, Minnesota State in the Northern Sun Championship. She was 3rd in the indoor 3K this year. Emily Schoenhoff of Adams State, she was 5th, 8th in the 5K indoors this year. Alexa Kaiser of Saginaw Valley. Casey Ripma of Grand Valley State, she was 5th in the steeple last year.
In this next heat, getting ready on the track, we will see our fastest qualifier. Only 1 female athlete this year running sub 10 in the steeplechase, and that will be our defending champion, Eleonora Curtabi of West Texas A&M. The Italian who made it to West Texas A&M via Iowa Central is your Lone Star Conference champion in the 1500 and the steeplechase. He's a 2-time Texas Relays champion in this event, 3rd in the indoor mile, 6th in cross country. We've already seen her today in the 1500. That'll be Eleonora Curtabi of West Texas A&M. She will be wearing hip number 6 in the second heat. Also scheduled to compete in heat number 2, we'll have Maria Mitchell from Grand Valley State, Amanda Montplaisir from Minnesota State, Emily Scholtop from Adams State, Alexa Kaiser from Saginaw Valley, Casey Rip from Grand Valley State, Ashley Corcoran from SNHU, Marissa Datar Pietri from Chico State, Margot Thomas from CSU Pueblo, and Anna Huygens from Slippery Rock. So our first chance this weekend to look at one of the CSU Pueblo athletes competing on their home track, and that is Margot Thomas, the sophomore from CSU Pueblo. She'll be wearing hip number 9. So again, the advantage of running in the second heat means that you do know the time you need to beat if you are not in the top 4. And at least that can tell you a little bit whether you need to go out at a faster pace or you can relax at a bit of a slower pace. Quickly, that is Montplaisir from Minnesota State on the inside, and our favorite, Curtabi from West Texas A&M on the outside as they approach their first barrier just past our finish line. and a successful first barrier for all 10 athletes on the track. Marissa Dietri from Chico State in the field. She was 7th in this event last year. She ran 10:16. She's run 10:24:30. It is one of our only returning place finishers from last year, so you keep an eye on her. She's wearing hip number 8 from Chico State.
Chris Hodgman plays here. Kaiser.
And you see the 3 leaders establishing the pace. Kurtabi of West Texas A&M, she's number 6. That's Ashley Corcoran from SNHU wearing number 7. And Amanda Montplacer from Minnesota State wearing hip number 2. And another Adams State Grizzly, Emily Scholkoff, wearing hip number 3, moving up into that top 4. Adams State with 4 runners qualifying for nationals in the steeplechase. From the first heat, 1 safely in, 1 on the bubble, and 1 did not qualify. So Adams State looking to score as many points as possible in this event to give themselves an early lead and put on the pressure as they go for the team championship. That is Emily Scholkoff, the sophomore from Adams State, the tallest runner on the track. He is on the outside at the front as they approach our water barrier for the 2nd time on the north curve. But it is still Eleonora Kurtabi, the senior from West Texas A&M, controlling this race. She's wearing hip number 6. The only athlete to run under 10 minutes this season in our field. Top 4 will advance. The next 4 fastest times. Still trying to break 11 minutes. It'll take under 11 minutes to make it into the final this year.
Equals the 17th best performer in D2 for long jump history. So a terrific jump in the 3rd round for RJ Kiner. We see a pretty good competition we can predict here in the final 3 rounds of the long jump finals. Tinch, Watts, Held, Cummings, Anderson, Jones, Gilbert, Butler, and Kiner the field. They got a warm-up period now, because some from the first flight did make the finals. Glenn Butler is one of them. Donovan Anderson, Elliott Cummings, all made the finals.
You're watching heat number 2 of the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. The top 4 will advance automatically to tomorrow's finals. Finals scheduled for 7:15 p.m. start Mountain Time. And you can see a pack of 9 still together, so only 1 runner has lost touch with the pack. And again, running the steeplechase with all the barriers and the water jump. If you're running at altitude for the first time, all that can add up to quite a demanding race. And in this type of race, those runners knowing that they have a strong kick, feeling quite comfortable now. And if any of the athletes feel like the kick is not their strength, they will have to be making a move sooner rather than later. And not leave it to chance of a final 400 meter or less sprint.
running a tactical race. They're coming up now to the water jump.
Again, when you see these athletes come up to the barriers and they are in a pack, just imagine how tough that is when you are already tired and you know you're approaching a barrier, but you can't see it because there is 1, 2, or 3 athletes right in front of you. You are jumping a little bit by faith. But all of these women quite experienced running steeplechase. And their internal clock will generally tell them exactly when they need to be preparing for their next barrier. No change at the front. Still Kurtabi and Sholkoff setting the pace. Amanda Montplacer from Minnesota State has been up at the front for the entire race. And that is also Ashley Corcoran of SNHU, currently in that safe 4th position.
Stay in contact with that group of 6.
You can see running in pairs of 2 as they approach the next barrier. Most athletes in the steeplechase will tell you you can often just gain a step or 2 over each barrier, especially the water jump. If you get a good landing and a good plant foot, get out of that water barrier quickly, you also feel safe if you've made it over another time. Moving up into that top group, that Marissa Dietry of Chico State. So now we're looking at 5 in that lead pack. Dietry, 7th in this race last year, so looking for a qualification to the finals to improve on that 7th place finish. There are now 5 running together at the front for just 4 guaranteed spots. And they are all now under their final 800 meters, just about 700 meters to go for our leaders on the track. So 5 together for 4 spots. Kurtabi enjoying running from the front. And there you see what happens as they get tired. That was Sholkoff from Adams State who took the first spill. She's up quickly and back on pace. So just about 500 meters to go now. She'll have that adrenaline kick from falling at the water jump. And that's got her back into 4th position. So we'll see what she has left. Definitely the heart racing a little bit after a spill like that. But closer to the end of the race, she just has to suck it up for this final 400 meters. Just make sure that she stays in the top 4, and she is currently 4th around the curve. But on your track, you see our leader now, Eleonora Kurtabi from West Texas A&M. She's got some separation. She's the number 1 seed. She knows that she's the one to beat. So she's just going to pick it up a little bit on this last 400. Stay clear of any trouble. Give herself the tiniest of margin for error, and then she'll be able to relax when she clears these final 2 barriers. Sholkoff of Adams State, she's back up into that 4th position, so if she can get clear of the water barrier this final time, she will look to take a big sigh of relief. And you can see her just at the top of your screen, and she is through this time. Dietry of Chico State is 5th, so she's going to have to push it to get in by qualifying time. But on your screen, you see Kurtabi. She is going to win this race, so she can relax a little bit knowing that she comfortably finished, and she is going to advance 10:44.73. Montplaisir will come back and be second. Corcoran will be third. Sholkoff will take the automatic qualifying spot. Dietry runs 10:52.11. And that is going to be good enough to get her in. We're qualifying the top 4 in each heat plus the next 4 fastest times. So it looks like Dietry will get in at 10:52. Morgan Hikes from Adams State will advance. So the Grizzlies will have 3 in the finals. Ripma of Grand Valley State and Isla Davis, our early leader in heat number 1 from Western Washington. She will be the final qualifier on time at 11:01. Margot Thomas from CSU Pueblo, she will finish at 11:18, and that will be good enough for 18th place. So the barriers will come up just a little bit for the men, and that will be our next event on the track. Just about 5 minutes, it'll be the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And as we have that little break, you can see the clouds to the east of the stadium. That is generally a good sign. That means they are clear of us. So we're going to take a short break and be back for the men's steeplechase. Bishop from Tiffin, Isaac Prather from Concord, Ward Reese from Edinburgh, Clement Digou from Adams State. He was the runner-up last year in this event. Michael Grabowski from Western Colorado, Felix Perrier from Azusa Pacific. Our defending champion, Reese Smith, the junior from Northwest Missouri State, is the champion in this event. He was 5th in 2001, but he has run 8:33.64. David Ecker of Sioux Falls and Nixon Corer of Azusa Pacific rounding out the field of 9 athletes. And again, they are striving to qualify the top 4 automatically, and the next 4 will have to look for the fastest time. And quickly, that is Michael Grabowski of Western Colorado, leading through the first 400 in just about 75 seconds through the first 400, and he will be first across the water jump for the first time. And a slow first 200 meters has clearly picked up the pace here. Grabowski will be leading them down, and as they cross the finish line at this time, they'll have 6 laps left to go. Grabowski of Western Colorado is our leader on the track, followed by Reese Smith, Nixon Corer, Isaac Prather, currently sitting in those top 4 positions, but the entire field still staying closely packed together. All 9 athletes on the track still within about 10, 15 yards of each other. Prelims and finals in the steeplechase on back-to-back days. It is the longest race generally with prelims and finals. Our 5,000 and 10,000 meter races at this Division II level are finals only, so these are the only athletes that do have to run preliminaries and qualifying. So part of the strategy is to finish day 1 safely with a comfortable pace that can serve both as a qualifying time and a workout for athletes. Those further back in the seedings do have to run their best. So often you do see some of the times that come out of the preliminaries being much faster than the times in the finals, and that is because some athletes do have to run their best just to advance to the finals, while those athletes with the top seeded times sometimes relax a bit and then save their complete energy for the final. Reese Smith of Northwest Missouri, now the leader on the track.
That's Reese Smith now of Northwest Missouri, the man who won this event last year. He's the meet record holder. He leads.
He is the record holder in this event. He's the MIAA champion in both the 5,000 and this 3,000 meter steeplechase. And again, he has run 8:33. That is the meet record. He ran that in May of last year in Michigan. So this will be a good opportunity for us today and tomorrow to see the difference between running in the low altitude of Michigan and the higher altitude of Colorado. We'll be watching the fate of Reese Smith from Northwest Missouri. But today it's all about just qualifying. He wants to be in the top 4. And you can see now as our leaders have 4 laps to go, Clement Guigu of Adams State moving up into 2nd place, Nixon Korer of Azusa Pacific, and Isaac Prather of Concord. Those are your 4 at the front. They've got 3 on their heels still looking to possibly get into those top 4 qualifying positions, but also maneuvering themselves to qualify by time.
You saw there as he really extended out and got that one laid down. And the crowd reacts. They heard the announcement. 8.16. Huge jump by Cordell Pinch. Not many have gone over 8 meters. 8.16. I don't know what the wind was.
And you can see, as the field has opened up, 6 athletes now with a little bit of separation. And again, we are looking at Reese Smith comfortable setting the pace. Nixon Korer of Azusa Pacific is leading the pack of 5 runners who are vying for those final 4 spots. We go Prather and Perrier rounding out the top 6. Michael Grabowski, our early leader from Western State, still trying to hold contact to that front group.
And there's a theme building here in the Thunder Bowl as this the man from the NIAA has gone forward on the long jump runway, and his compatriot in the conference, Reese Smith, here continues to ratchet down the pace in the men's steeplechase. Again, the meet record holder well away from the field here. Nixon Career in 2nd. Guigu of Adams State in 3rd. Rees in 4th. And then Perrier of Azusa Pacific in 5. Again, we're going to take 4 automatically and then 4 on time. So Grabowski's still probably in the picture there for the Mountaineers.
Final 800 meters to go on the track for our leader, Reese Smith, the junior from Northwest Missouri State. And he is comfortably ahead now. Probably a 30-meter lead on the pack. You can see down the backstretch. The crowd gathered over there watching that men's long jump final. And as they go around the North Bowl to that water jump for the penultimate time, you can see the steeplechase fans watching Reese Smith from Northwest Missouri State testing out the track for the finals tomorrow. His goal now just to get home safely.
The track in the steeplechase there, it is Reese Smith now with the commanding lead here in
Nixon Korer of Azusa Pacific, along with Isaac Prather of Concord, running second and third. Clement Dijou from Adams State is in that fourth position. And then Felix Perrier, Michael Grabowski still trying to hang tight enough to hopefully get into the qualifying by time. Again, this is heat 1 of 2. Top 4 will be safely in. And we have Smith out front comfortably. Not worried about his time now, just trying to get safely over the final 2 barriers. And now he'll be down the home stretch with 1 barrier to go. And he looks back to see that there is nobody within striking distance, so he can completely relax both physically and mentally and prepare for the finals tomorrow. Korer of Azusa Pacific, he's over the last barrier. And it looks like we've got 4 comfortably out there with Dugu of Adams and Prather of Concord. So the top 4 are in. It is going to be Felix Perrier of Azusa Pacific. He'll be the first on the bubble. And Grabowski moving up quickly at the end. So they will be sitting in that 5th and 6th position, hoping to qualify by time. Smith runs 9:07, 9:13 for the next 3, and then Perrier and Grabowski on the bubble at 9:15.8.
The last race of the day is like the 10,000, so that's like what, 25 laps?
It's going to be Gilbert's best jump of the night, heading in with 1 to go, just a centimeter shy.
When does Mark Deck able to join us back? Mark?
His best of his career, 7.91, just shy of 26 feet.
And as we get ready now for heat number 2, we'll have 10 athletes running in heat number 2 with the time to be 9:15 for to finish in the top 4. You can see our fans over there excitedly watching that men's long jump competition. The men's long jump competition is in the 5th round, and we'll bring you an update of that.
Butler with a 7.89, another huge jump for him as he continues.
And you can see the fans in the North Bowl sitting on the artificial grass. Temperature still a very comfortable 74 degrees here at 7:20 in Pueblo, Colorado. The weather has held off, so as we finish with the second heat of the men's steeplechase, the next events will be our 400-meter hurdles for both the women and the men, and then the steeplechase will close out our event on the track. But they look like they are just about ready to go on the east side for the start of our second heat in the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase. The field is Richie Johnston from Hillsdale, Caleb Footer from Grand Valley State, Albert Hess from Western Colorado, Noah Bundrock from West Texas A&M, Ben Ahrens from Nebraska Kearney, Sohail Boufrizi from Wingate. And they're underway with James Dunn from Adams State, Jarrett Gillingham from Western Washington, Max Bonenberger from Colorado School of Mines, and Mitchell Dunham from Walsh.
Best of 9 flat. The man from Grand Valley State, the GLIAC champion, the steeple, the school record holder, Caleb Futter. Also from Western Colorado, the RMAC champion, and he's a qualifier in this event last year, Albert Hesse. The man from West Texas A&M.
The favorite in this heat is Caleb Footer from Grand Valley State. He's run 8:42 this season. He was second in this event in 2021 and 6th last year. So he has the second fastest qualifying time. Also keeping an eye on Ben Ahrens from Nebraska Kearney. He's run 8:47 this season. He was 11th last year, running 9:02, so shaving some 15 seconds off of his time from last year to return as one of the favorites. That's Ben Ahrens of Nebraska Kearney.
And a two-time qualifier in cross country, Mitchell Dunham. First 400 meters in the book.
Fans are standing in anticipation of Cordell Tench's final attempt. He's our leader in the long jump. He moved from 8th to 1st with 2 jumps in the finals. 8:16 last round. Now Cordell Tench has got some waiting to do to see if that 8:16 will stand up. No likelihood it might. Nobody else is farther than he has in the long jump.
That's Noah Bundrock from West Texas A&M with hip number 4. And Sahil Bufrizi from Wingate wearing hip number 6. They are the pace setters, but you can see the pack still tightly together in the second heat of the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Heat 2 of the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase on the track. Top 4 are automatically through to the finals, while the next 4 will have to qualify by time. Our men's 3,000 meter steeplechase final tomorrow night at 7:30, so just about 24 hours until they'll have to do it all over again on the track.
Next up, Elliot Cummings, Finlay, 7.56. He's in 8. 7.63 and 7.68.
As they come down the home stretch, no change at the front. Still Bundrock and Bufrizi. And up in third place on the outside there, staying out of trouble, Mitchell Dunham of Walsh.
And then James Denham in the picture for the Lopers of Nebraska Kearney. Whole field still here. A lot to shake out here at the track, so we're going to go back to the long jump run.
Cummings already with his new PR 7.56. Posted now 7.68. Up a couple of spots. Donovan Anderson now in 8 with a 7.63 is his last attempt. He responds. So ahead of him 7.68 and 7.71.
You can see that all 10 runners still running safely together. The field 3 across.
Across the 25 feet, 1/2 inch, 7.63 for Anderson.
When you get to a meet like the national meet, you're going to find more athletes who can run similar times. So for the first half of these races, you'll see them more tightly packed than some of these athletes may be used to as they run their local meets with fields not quite as deep. And many of these athletes would be leading those races and more by themselves on the track. But many of these athletes also, if you're good enough to qualify for nationals, your coaches are going to send you to some of the bigger meets, though. This is not going to be fresh competition for all of these athletes. Many of our athletes competing here have had a season competing against athletes from all divisions. Many of our top athletes, top place finishers at the Mount TAC relays, the Texas relays, and of course their conference championship. New leader, Caleb Footer of Grand Valley State, wearing hip number 2. You can see his first across the hurdle there. So he has moved his way up toward the front of this. He is have the second overall fastest qualifying time, 8:42. And again, he has finished in the top 6. Twice in the last 2 years.
Over 8 meters for the first time in his career.
And they've only lost contact with one runner as they head down the backstretch with just about 3.5 laps remaining.
Minnesota State on the runway, final attempt. Another jump that was taken off right at the board. Gilbert, 7.87, 7.91 ahead of him, 7.97.
And as they come off the curve,
2 jumps to go.
Bufrizi of Wingate now working his way back up to the front, and this time he'll run alongside Ben Ahrens of Nebraska Kearney. Sitting in 3rd position, Albert Hess of Western Colorado. So as this race has progressed, we've called just about every athlete taking their turn at the front. Still have 8 athletes all within about 10 yards of each other, as they now are under their 800 meters to go, less than 2 laps around the track. And you see the field starting to spread out now. That will be Ahrens who makes the first acceleration down the back stretch. Again, wanting to get into that top 4, so stretching the pack a little bit, making sure that none of the sprinters can finish strongly enough to take a qualifying spot at the line. The athletes who do not feel they have the strongest finish, they'll push the pace now and try and run it out of those fast finishers. And there you see, almost on cue, Caleb Footer from Grand Valley State. He is the favorite in this race, and he moves back to the front. Ahrens currently 2nd. Hess is 3rd, and our sophomore from Wingate, Bufrizi, staying in that 4th position. 1 lap to go, and we get a little bit of a break. We've got 3 out front, and then another 3 vying for that 4th automatic qualifying position.
He's going to need to go over 8 meters to move up in the standings. Tim leads with an 8.16. Jones second with an 8.9.
Ahrens, Footer, and Hess. Those are the 3 leaders. Maybe a 10-meter lead for those 3 with 2 barriers to go. And there you see our top 3 coming off the curve, just 1 barrier to go. The goal is to finish in the top 4. So these 3 looking safe, but here comes a huge charge for this final qualifying spot. There is going to be a great sprint, and they are close. They are nearly 5 across as they surge. That's how important it is to be in the top 4. Those athletes, their coaches are telling them they know that they may have run slower than the fast heat. They needed a strong finish. Nothing better than finishing in the top 4. But as you look at that, almost 5 across. But Hess is going to win it at 9:16.68. Footer will be 2nd. Ahrens 3rd. Bonenberger from the Colorado School of Mines, he's going to win that sprint to get the 4th qualifying spot. Bufrizi, the off leader, is going to be 9:16.88. Dunham at 9:19.31. So the top 4 are automatically in, and then it looks like our next 4 qualifying times are going to go to Perrier and Grabowski from the first heat, and that finish, that strong finish, is going to be enough to get Bufrizi and Dunham into the finals tomorrow. So just about 24 hours from now, we'll see those top 12 competing again for the gold medal. Our next event on the track will be the 400-meter hurdles. So the barriers for the steeplechase being taken down, the hurdles for the 400-meter hurdles being set up. And we'll have about 8 minutes, and we will return. Thanks for joining us so far, Pueblo, Colorado, for the Division II National Championships. We'll be back.
Just a few minutes ago in the women's steeplechase.
Welcome back to Pueblo, Colorado, on the campus of Colorado State University, Pueblo. This is day one of the NCAA Division II National Championships. Our next event on the track is going to be the women's 400-meter hurdles, and you can see they are in their block and ready to go. This is the first of 3 heat. And a clean start. We've got Isabel Perez-Zogby of Cal Poly Humboldt in 2, Mary McKee of Oklahoma Baptist in 3, Mia Salinas of San Marcos in 4, Kaya Führer of Western Colorado in 5, Janie Jefferson of Mount Olive in 6, Jayla Walker of Azusa Pacific in 7, Taylor Savolt of Fort Hays State outside in lane 8. You can see quickly making up the stagger, that's Jayla Walker of Azusa Pacific. She was just 8th last year, but she was the 2021 national champion in this event, and she will be first off the curve on the inside. Kaya Fearer of Western Colorado. And again, the top 2 will automatically advance to the finals, plus the next 3 fastest times. But this is Jayla Walker, the senior from Azusa Pacific, and she is going to win that heat. Taylor Saville of Fort Hays State will be second to cross the line. Walker will run 59.10, Saville 59.66, and Fearer of Western Colorado, she'll be on the bubble at 1:11. So you'll see the times populating up on the scoreboard momentarily, but Walker gets 59.10, Saville 59.66. And there are the times on your screen. Again, the top 2 automatically advance, plus the next 3 fastest times out of the 3 heat. They're setting their block now for heat number 2. We'll see J.D. Commons of Northwest Missouri State in 2, Chloe Taylor of Chico State in 3, Isabel Flores of Belmont Abbey in 4, Renee Taylor of Northern State in 5, Brooklyn Shiving from Winona State in 6, Shura Ermakov from Hillsdale in 7, and Kylie Ray of Findlay, she'll be in lane 8. Fastest possible qualifiers, Chloe Taylor of Chico State. She's seeded 3rd overall, 2-time CCAA champion, and she is a 4-event athlete, running the 100, the 200, the 400, and these 400 hurdles. Chloe Taylor from Chico State, her fastest time this season, 58.57, and she'll be in lane 3. We're here in Pueblo, Colorado, site of the 2023 NCAA Division II Track and Field Championships. And for many athletes this year, just the fact of running at altitude, not just a physical difference, but a mental difference in how you are going to attack the race, especially if you have back-to-back days of competition or multiple events. And it will be interesting to see how over the next 2 days of competition our athletes do adapt and how they perform. In general, our sprinters and our jumpers appreciate a thinner air with less oxygen, allowing them to go further, higher, and faster. Our distance runners maybe not so happy to be competing at altitude. 400-meter hurdles, heat 2. You can see they are now getting set in their mark. From the inside out, Commons, Taylor, Flores, Renee Taylor, Shiving, Ermakov, and Ray. You can see that it is the outside lanes over the first hurdles. And over each flight of hurdles, Shura Ermakov of Hillsdale is the early leader as they are on the north side of the facility, and she will be the first off the curve, running in lane 7. Ermakov, the junior from Hillsdale, first onto the straightaway. In lane 2, here comes our favorite, Chloe Taylor of Chico State. She is going to have some work to do if she's going to finish in the top 2. And it doesn't look like she is going to have that today. In lane 8, Kylie Ray of Findlay making a push towards the line. So again, the top 2 are automatically in. It's going to be Kylie Ray of Findlay, 59.72. Renee Taylor of Northern State, 59.76. Ermakov will hang on to 3rd at 59.84. And we've got 4 in with 8 to go. And the bubble time right now is going to be Mary McKee of Oklahoma Baptist at 101.43. Chloe Taylor of Chico State will not advance.
7.71 meters, 25.3 1/4. From Missouri Southern, John Watts. In 5th place, a jump at 7.87 meters, 25 feet 10. From Minnesota State, James Gilbert. In 4th in the men's long jump, a jump at 7.91 PR for him, just shy of 26 feet. From Lincoln, Glenn Butler. Top 3 in the men's long.
And as we get ready now for heat number 3, we'll see our favorite on the inside, Maria Diamond of Lincoln. She was 3rd last year and 4th in 2021. She's a 3-time NCAA champion, and she's the winner this year of the KU Relays and the Drake Relays. Maria Diamond of Lincoln, she'll be in lane 2. Lisa Reitaliu from Harding will be in lane 3. Morgan Hurt from University of Mary in 4. Natalia Rowe of Albany State in 5. Maddie Rossi of Fort Hays State in 6. Kenesha Greenwood of Holy Family in 7. And Rasha Badrani of San Marcos, the freshman, will be in lane 8.
And thanks for a great performance tonight.
And the 3 of 3, Maria Diamond, she was 3rd in this race last year, comes in ranked number 2.
There you see the lane assignments for our 3rd and final heat. You're looking at Morgan Hertz from the University of Mary. She'll be in lane 4. Lisa Retalio from Harding in 2, and there from Lincoln you see our favorite Maria Diamond, the junior from Lincoln. She's run 57.88 this season.
Go, Morgan! That's all I got. I stand corrected.
This is heat 3 of our women's 400-meter hurdles. Top 2 automatically advance, plus the next 3 fastest time. Clean start from the inside out. Diamond, Vitelio, Hertz, Rowe, Rossi, Greenwood, and Badrani. And on the outside, that is Kenesha Greenwood, the sophomore from Holy Family. Hertz from the University of Mary in 4, and then in lane 2, Maria Diamond of Lincoln.
Lane 4 is Morgan Hertz of University of Mary, Mary Rossi,
Maddie Rossi of Fort Hays State on the outside. Maria Diamond of Lincoln in lane 2. Top 2 will automatically advance. But getting over that last flight of hurdles is always a comfortable feeling, and this will be Maria Diamond first across the line. Rossi of Fort Hays will take second. 58.49 for Diamond, 59.48. Hertz will be third at 60.36. So qualifying the 3 fastest times, Morgan Hertz from University of Mary. She took third in that heat, and she is going to be our third qualifier by time. So Shura Ermakov will be in, Kaya Führer, and Morgan Hertz, the three qualifiers by time. It took 1 flat 36 to advance in the women's 400-meter hurdle.
So in the women's 400 hurdles, going through on the basis of there are two, Maria Diamond, Jenkins, Jalen Walker, he's specifically Rossi, 4 Hayes, Hayes Savoe, 4 Hayes, Connie Ray, Finley.
On the track now, you see the first heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles. Sean Calawan of St. Augustine's will be in lane 3. Jackson Blanchard of Grand Valley State in 4. Ryan Fields of Cal Poly Pomona in 5. Samantha Moy Brown of Lincoln will be in 6. Colobi Jimenez of Fresno Pacific in 7. And Robin Black of the Academy of Art, he'll be on the outside in lane 8. Ryan Fields of Cal Poly Pomona, California collegiate champion, also won Mount Sac this year, so he'll be one of the favorites coming out of lane 5. And also keep an eye on Robin Black from the Academy of Art. The Jamaican is the Pac West champion. He was second at Mount Sac, so these two have run against each other this season. Fields at 50.65, Black at 50.72. They will be your favorites to take the top 2 qualifying spots in this first heat. Well, that last race, you might have seen some excitement in that men's long jump competition taking place on the east side of the track. Men's long jump, the standings completely changed into the finals. Here you're looking at Henry Kiner. He's the indoor champion. He jumps 7 meters 97. Jeremy Jones over 8 meters. He jumps 8:10. But the winner, this is Cordell Tinch of Pitt State with a new meet record, 8 meters 16. That's 26.9 1/4. So Cordell Tinch, who has not been competing for the past 2 years, he comes to Pitt State and is a national champion and meet record holder in that men's long jump.
We'll go to your lane assignment in the prelim for the next 400 meters hurdle. In lane 3 from St. Augustine, the CIAA champion in the 400 hurdles, and the 23 NCAA indoor qualifier in the 4x4, Sean Kelly. In lane 4 from Grand Valley State, the MEAC champion in the school record holder for the Lakers, Jackson Blanchard. In 5 from Cal Poly Pomona, the CCA champion in the 110s and the 400 hurdles, and the school record holder for Cal Poly Pomona, Ryan Fields. In lane 6 from Lincoln, the runner-up at 400 hurdles, and an outdoor qualifier in this event last year, that's Samantha Moy Brown. In 7 from Fresno Pacific, the Pac West champion in the 110s, number 2 all-time for the Sunbirds, Colobi Jimenez. And in 8 from the Academy of Art, the Pac West champion in the 400 hurdles and the 110s, number 2 all-time for the Urban Knights, Robin Black. You'll see that he's going to win.
Again, we'll be qualifying the top 2 automatically in the next 3 fastest times. From the inside out, Calawan, Blanchard, Fields, Brown, Jimenez, and Black. A little bit of a wobble there from Ryan Fields of Cal Poly Pomona, but a clean start. And you can see Fields and Brown of Lincoln quickly making up the stagger on the inside of the track. Out there in the red, Robin Black of the Academy of Art. Different strategies to run in the 400-meter hurdles, whether you're starting on the outside or the inside. And, of course, these lanes are drawn by lot for lane assignments. But if you do have the fastest qualifying time, you will get the inside lane for the finals. Robin Black of the Academy of Art, he's going to be first over the last hurdle, and that'll be Robin Black of the Academy of Art. He's going to run 50.10. Ryan Fields of Cal Poly Pomona, he'll be second automatic qualifier at 50.99. Calawan of St. Augustine's at 51.47. He'll be on the bubble for the first of those 4-time qualifiers. Scheduled to run now in heat number 2. Shamar Bain of Tiffin will be on the inside in lane 2. Takin Manning of South Connecticut State in 3. Quentin Workman of Cal State LA in 4. Troy White of Lincoln in 5. Cherise Ham of Academy of Art in 6. Javion Riley of Claflin in 7. And Angel Reese of Puerto Rico Mayaguez in lane 8.
Go, baby! School record there for the overnight. The CIAA runner-up at 400 over the first-time qualifier. That is Javon Riley. And on the outside of the track, N.A. from the University of Puerto Rico, the NCAA champion in 400 over the silver. That's a 50-90 Angel Ruiz.
Just getting ready now for the second of 3 heats in our men's 400-meter hurdles. From the inside out, Bain, Manning, Workman, White, Ham, Riley, and Reese in lane 8. Lane 5, Tony White from Lincoln. The Jamaican was 3rd last year. He's a 2-time MIAA champion in this event. Lincoln, Missouri, located in Jefferson City. A pipeline for young Jamaican athlete. And Lincoln always at the top of the standings in the Division II National Championship for track and field. So keep an eye on White in lane 5. Lane 4, that is Quentin Workman of Cal State LA out very quickly. And outside, Cherise Ham of the Academy of Art in the all red. But in between the two is Troy White of Lincoln. And you can see as they come off the curve, it is White in the lead now, with an acceleration and attack. Troy White of Lincoln, season best 50.58. He's going to let up across the line, but he is going to win that. Season best 50.58. 49.58. How about that? 49.85 qualifying time for White. Though a season best qualifying time, and he won that easily, letting up before the finish line. Cherise Ham of Academy of Art, he's going to be second with the automatic qualifying time. And Angel Reese now on the bubble at 51.17. So as we finished 2 heats, we have 1 more heat to go. The top 2 will be automatically in. The next 3 times needing to beat 51.74 to get in. And right now our fastest non-qualifying time, 51.17, Reese in that last heat.
Follow Gay in 3 from Southern Connecticut State, the Northeast champion of the 400 hurdles. Number 3 all time for the Isles, Ron Grandpa. In 4 from Cal Poly Pomona, 3rd in 58 400 hurdles. Number 7 all time for the Broncos.
And there's your lane assignments now for the final heat of 3. Falu Gay of Grand Valley State will be in lane 2. Ramsley Agdantis of Southern Connecticut State in 3. Alessio Somakal of Cal Poly Pomona in 4. DeQuaylen Scott of Texas A&M Kingsville will be in lane 5. Trent Lauderdale of Stanislaus State in 6. Samuel Hartman from Edinburgh in 7. And Kwani Campbell of Lincoln, he'll be in lane 8. Now DeQuaylen Scott, the freshman from Texas A&M Kingsville, he's run 50.56 this year, which was the fastest time in the country Division II. Though we just saw Troy White make a statement at 49.85. But DeQuaylen Scott, he's a freshman, but he is the Lone Star champion, the Texas Relays champion. He was 3rd indoors in the 60-meter hurdles. So some speed, definitely. DeQuaylen Scott, Texas A&M Kingsville, keep an eye on him in lane 5, and we'll see how he responds to the challenge set down by Troy White of Lincoln. Heat 3 at their mark. And a clean start in this 3rd and final heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles. And on the inside, a quick start from Falu Gay of Grand Valley State. And that is clearly a statement to be made by DeQuaylen Scott, Texas A&M Kingsville. A quick start and quickly around the track before he relaxes a little bit. Moving up now on the outside, you're going to see Samuel Hartman from Edinburgh. And Edinburgh, Hartman's going to have the strongest push, so he is going to finish first across the line. Scott will settle for 2nd place in the qualifying. Hartman's going to run 50.29. Scott, after that early start, will settle for 2nd at 50.41. And Lauderdale will be 3rd at 51.87, but that is not going to be fast enough to get him into the finals. So the top 6 are automatic qualifiers, and our 7, 8, 9 qualifiers for the finals will be Angel Ruiz from Puerto Rico, Sean Callowin from St. Augustine's, and Sakin Manning from Southern Connecticut State. He'll get that final qualifying spot in the finals, which are scheduled to run on Saturday at 7:30 p.m. So the conclusion of the 400-meter hurdle preliminaries, they'll be taking the hurdles off the track and getting ready for our final 2 races of the evening, and they're both finals You won't want to miss them. We're going to take a short break. Then we invite you to come back and watch the women's 10,000 meter finals here at CSU Pueblo. And welcome back to Pueblo, Colorado, and the campus of Colorado State University Pueblo, site of the 2023 NCAA Division II National Track and Field Championship. We are just about ready for our last two events of the evening. It'll be the women's 10,000 meters, followed by the men's 10,000 meters. And you can see our women lined up at the start. We are scheduled for 22 athletes competing in this one section final of the 10,000 meters. 25 laps around the track. Temperature here in Pueblo right now, 69 degrees. It feels a bit cooler once the sun goes down. But with that, the wind has dropped to virtually nothing. So our distance runners here in this 10,000 meters should feel comfortable.
5K, fourth in the 5,000 indoors. She was ninth in this race.
How many laps is it? About 25 or something like that?
And we'll let the PA announcer finish his introductions. We'll let the race get started, and then we'll give you the field of these 22 athletes competing in this women's 10,000 meters on the track. And we are underway. 25 laps around the oval. And the fastest qualifying time to watch out for is Lindsey Cunningham, the junior from Winona State. She has run the fastest time this year, 32:43. Now the meet record in this event is 33:17. But before you get too excited, we are at altitude. These distance runners today running at the altitude of 4,609 feet in Colorado. Generally, that is going to be about a minute just over a minute in the conversion time from sea level to altitude in a 10,000 meters. So that would probably preclude the chance of getting a record in this 10,000 meter run, but that's not going to stop them from trying. And as you look at the field there, that is Brianna Robles, the sophomore from Adams State, who is out early and setting the pace, along with Lindsey Cunningham, the favorite from Winona State. So they will come in side by side, just about 78 seconds on their first 400. Here is the field today in this 10,000 meters. Madison Brown of Dallas Baptist, Elizabeth Walmsley of Hillsdale, Marissa Encina from Dallas Baptist, Diana Bomarito from Sonoma State. Brianna Robles, she's the leader on the track there, the sophomore from Adams State. Hannah Tiffany from Chico State, Reina Paredes from Adams State, Grace Pagone from Grand Valley State, Katie Doucette from Western Colorado, Lindsey Cunningham, that you see her there wearing hip number 10 in the all-purple of Winona State, Lynette Ruiz from Biola, Camila Soja from Nova Southeastern, Florent Uwajeniza from West Texas A&M, Kylie Anisit from Edinburgh, Molly Maxon from Colorado School of Mines, Madison Clay from Catawba, Jenna Ramsey from Mines, Emma Everhart Decker from Grand Valley State, Savannah Ackley from Cedarville, Zoe Baker from Mines, Holly Mosier from Mines, and Precious Robinson from Adams State rounding out the field. Again, you might have noticed quite a few Adams State Grizzlies in the field today. Adams State going for a team championship that would complement their cross-country championship and their indoor track and field titles. It is still far too early to predict any team scores, but Adams State, with advancing multiple athletes to the finals of our steeplechase and looking to score multiple points in this 10,000 meters on the track. And as you can see, the challenge quickly set for Brianna Robles and Lindsey Cunningham. They are the two leaders in this 10,000 meters.
So again, 2011 is a true front, very brisk pace around Robles and Cunningham. Separating very rapidly.
Let's go, Katie! Let's go, Katie! Let's turn! Stay right there, Gianna! Stay right there, Gianna! Stay right there!
Leaders Robles and Cunningham going out very well as they're setting a brisk pace.
And there you see the early lead that Robles and Cunningham have thrown down the gauntlet and said that they are the two to beat. Robles coming from Adams State in Alamosa, Colorado, which would be one of the highest in elevation colleges in the country. Winona in Minnesota with an elevation of anywhere, according to some quick research here, just about 1,000 feet, Winona, Minnesota. So we'll see if the altitude makes a difference. Again, we've been saying out throughout the day, it's mental sometimes just as much as physical, but these distance runners will find a difference coming up. They may not notice it even in their first race, but the recovery from day to day and just how heavy those legs are with less oxygen for them. But our leader will feel right at home here, actually coming down in elevation from Alamosa to Pueblo. and that is Brianna Robles, the sophomore from Adams State. This year in the indoor national championships, Robles was second in the 3,000 meters and second in the 5,000 meters. And then in 2022, she was second again in the 3K, but she is the 5K gold medalist 2022 indoor season. That's Brianna Robles. He has also ran 32.50 in this event this season at Mount Sac. While Lindsay Cunningham from Winona State, she is the Northern Sun Intercollegiate Conference champion in both the 5K and the 10K. She was second at Mount Sac, second in cross country. She was second in this race last year in the 5,000, but she is the indoor 5,000 meter champion. So these two have run head to head quite a bit. And it looked like this season, Robles, the winner at Mount Sac, Cunningham, the winner indoors in North Carolina. But it is Robles who has broken away at the beginning of this race. The first 5 laps are done, so we've done 2,000 meters of our 10,000 meters, and you can see the distance there between Robles and Cunningham. And that is Florence Uwajaniza from West Texas A&M and Gianna Bomarito from Sonoma State. You can see the 3rd and 4th place runners on the track now. And after the first 1,000 meters, the pace actually evening out a bit. Robles last 400 meters at 79, while Cunningham, Uwajaniza, and Bomarito all running 82nd 400 meters. So we'll keep an eye on this. We're not going to break away. You're going to get to see this race in its entirety. No field event on the track. So you distance running fans will get to enjoy the entire 10,000 meters on the track. You see the 2 leaders there, Robles and Cunningham. They have about a 60-meter lead on the 2nd and 3rd place runners. And the rest of the pack is about another 60 to 70 yards behind them, heading down the back stretch at this time.
Just a little bit of Bomarito was the top 4. And Sohan.
So roughly a 200-meter lead on the track for our 2 leaders, Robles and Cunningham. Uwajaniza and Bomarito are next, and Camila Soja from Nova Southeastern, Madison Clay from Catawba leading the chase pack around. Precious Robinson and Reina Paredes of Adams State are in that chase pack. Currently sitting in 8th and 9th position, so they will be looking to move up in the point scoring with now 19 laps to go.
Yeah.
So 120 for Robles once again, and 120 as well for Cunningham as they keep the exact same pace. The margin is West Texas A&M now stretched things a bit. Over our 4th place runner, the true freshman, Sonoma State Gianna Bomarito, as they knock out a 122 now. And we have Robles and Cunningham by 3,200 meters.
Now you see some separation between 3rd and 4th place on the track. Eugeneza of West Texas A&M, with some distance on Diana Bomarito of Sonoma State. But they are still the top 4 on the track, and there you see that pack. Most importantly in that pack for our team scoring, keep an eye on the Adams State Grizzlies with the fluorescent yellow on green. Robinson and Paredes, if they can move to the front of that pack and even knock off a couple of spots in front of them, that will bode well for the Grizzlies in the team competition.
Lopez and Cunningham stay riding 19, 20, 21.
Just a slight breeze on the track now. Temperature recording at 68 degrees, so it has dropped just a little bit as the sun not quite completely down yet. I would call this dusk in Pueblo, Colorado. A little bit of an extended sunset and dusk, being so close to the mountain. But as you know, the Division II National Championship moving around the country, so often in warmer climate, Texas and the South, where 10,000 meters needs to be run later in the evening, not an event for the heat of the day. We have one more event following the completion of this one. That'll be the men's 10,000 meters, scheduled for 8:50 local time. And we will get underway again tomorrow. The multi-events, the decathlon and the heptathlon, will be finishing up in the morning and the early afternoon. We have more field event, the women's discus throw, the women's high jump, along with the men's discus and the men's triple jump in the afternoon tomorrow. Then we'll have first rounds in the men's and women's 200, the 800, and the 100 and 110 meter hurdles. We'll have the finals of the 3,000 meter steeplechase for both the women and the men, scheduled for 7:15 and 7:30. And tomorrow night we will conclude with the preliminaries of the 4x400 meter relays for both the women and the men, with that last event for the men scheduled to begin at 8:10.
Check that time at 4,000 meters. It's a 1:21 for Cunningham, 13:24.47.
So as you look at the leaders, they're on the back stretch now.
Almost the exact same time, 13:24.
And Lindsey Cunningham has said, I'm going to take over the pace for this race. Her pace has been consistent, just about between 80 and 81 second 400 meters. Brianna Robles has slowed just a bit. She was running 79 second quarter mile split earlier. Her last 2 quarter mile split at 82. But you can see they are virtually together now, Lindsey Cunningham and Brianna Robles. And as they pass the finish line here with 14 laps to go. So 11 laps down, 14 to go. And it is Cunningham and Robles continuing to run at the front. Eugeneza is still in 3rd place from West Texas A&M. He is just about 100 meters behind now, crossing our finish line. But she has broken away and has about a 100-meter lead on our 4th place runner, and that is still Diana Bomarito of Sonoma. The pack is closing. You're looking at Eugeneza there in 2nd, and there is the pack crossing our start-finish line. just as our leaders are coming off the curve. So a 300-meter lead now for Cunningham and Robles. And in this next lap, they will begin lapping the tail end of the feed.
Looks like our leaders will begin to lap some leaders now.
And on the track, you can see the first of the athletes being lapped, and in a 25-lap race. You can expect to see more of that, though, as they go down the back stretch here, approaching the midway point of the race. Lindsey Cunningham in the purple from Winona State. She is our leader, and this is just about the midway point of the race. 12.5 laps done, 12.5 laps to go, 16:42 at the midway point. From Alamosa and Adams State, Brianna Robles, she is in second place in the green on green. Cunningham does have the fastest time recorded this season, 32:43. He was our indoor 5,000 meter champion.
Potential record. Robles is about 5,200 meters here.
So it is Lindsey Cunningham running very consistent quarter mile splits. After 12 laps on the track, Cunningham, fastest 400 meter split, 79:51, and her slowest just 81:56. So very consistent for Cunningham. He let Robles have a small lead while she stayed consistent, though Robles, after the earlier quicker start, has slowed. Robles' last 400 meter split, 83:64. So Robles is slowing while Cunningham maintains her pace. But the two well out in front still of our third place runner, Lauren Uwajaneza of West Texas A&M. Bomarito is still in fourth position, but Madison Clay of Catawamba, and now moving up the pack, led by Camila Soya, Katie Doucette, and the Grizzlies' Precious Robinson and Reina Paredes. You can see the water stations available for these athletes. There's no one needing or taking advantage of those water cups. And you can see Cunningham there continuing to now pass runners on the track. So we'll keep an eye on the purple and the number 10 of Lindsey Cunningham. She is the leader. And in that shot there, we cannot see there's our second place runner. So she's opened up maybe a 50-60 meter lead now over Brianna Robles of Adams State. That chase pack running quarter mile split of about 88-89. So the lead is lengthening. Our top three athletes, Cunningham, Robles, Uwajaneza, all running faster 400 meter split than the chase pack. So the lead is widening on the track as we are now in the second half of this 10,000 meters.
6,000 meters, Robles at 6,000, Uwajaneza at 6,000.
And you can see the chase pack there just about ready to get lapped. So here comes Lindsay Cunningham in the purple. She is less than 100 meters from lapping everybody on the track except for second and third place, and that would be Robles and Uwardeniza.
During this race of Lindsay Cunningham, she has had to come up on 6,400 meters. Robles continuing to go there, but that will be in the second spot. Argentina keeping the same. Maybe lost a little bit of that. So Lindsay Cunningham continuing the lap runners. Lindsay Cunningham, so Robles.
Now moving up into fourth position on the track, and the front of the chase pack, Molly Maxon of Colorado School of Mines, her teammate Zoe Baker. So two Mines teammates moving up to the front, Katie Doucette of Western Colorado, Reina Paredes and Precious Robinson of Adams State. So the chase pack now being led by 5 athletes from the state of Colorado. So they are used to this altitude and using that to their advantage to move up into point scoring position. But you're looking at Lindsay Cunningham, the junior from Winona State, continuing just to knock out those 400 meter split, 83.71 for her last 400, 83.55 for Robles, so basically running the same time. Uwardeniza is out there in third place. And she is just crossing our start-finish line. So a full 200-meter lead on third place now for Cunningham. Robles hanging in there just about 50, 55 meters back.
Uwardeniza maintaining a fairly close pace as well. She continues going by a 1:26.
There you see our chase pack. The front of that pack right there, that's fourth place. And then just at the far left of your screen, you see our leader getting ready to lap that pack, which would leave just 2 runners on the same lap as our leader. We will see if anybody in the pack chooses to go with our leader.
Robles maintains that second spot.
Cunningham there at the top of your screen, picking off 2 more runners at the back of that pack, so you can see how close she is to lapping that pack of runners, led by the 5 Colorado athletes, the 2 from Mines, 2 from Adams, and Western Colorado. The Cunningham looking very comfortable. So that picture pretty much tells it all for you in this 10,000 meters. You've got the pack with 4th place at the front, and moving up now in the purple, that is our leader. So she is about to have lapped everybody but 2 runners in this 10,000 meters, and our leader has 6 laps still to go. So she'll go outside there in lane 2 and hope to get past the pack with nothing negative happening on there. Pack very tight running together. And on the outside, you see our leader, Lindsey Cunningham. Got to be a good feeling for Cunningham to feel that he is just passing the machine. And now back into lane 1. And we'll see if anybody can pick up their pace and go with Cunningham. So you're looking at 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th there, with Brianna Robles and Adams State and Florence Uwajaniza. They're not in your picture. They are in 2nd and 3rd position. Cunningham about 13 seconds ahead of Robles at the last split, and about 54 seconds ahead of Uwajaniza. Under 5 laps to go now for Cunningham. Robles at the finish line, so she's got 5 laps to go. He is roughly about 90 meters behind. Fourth place, the front of that chase pack, still Zoe Baker of Mines, Molly Maxon of Mines, and alongside Reina Paredes of Adams State, Katie Doucette of Western, Jenna Ramsey of Mines. So Colorado Mines now with 3 runners in that chase pack looking to score point. Precious Robinson of Adams State is still there, along with Elizabeth Walmsley of Hillsdale.
Uwajaniza still maintaining about 160 meters.
So Cunningham, you see there now with 1,600 meters, just 4 laps to go for Cunningham.
Lindsey Cunningham.
There you see Brianna Robles in the green of Adams State. She is in 2nd place on the track. You can see she's starting to approach that chase pack. So she'll be looking to lap everybody on the track except for 1st and 3rd. You can see her looking to her left across the track to see just how far she is behind. And as we approach 30 minutes on the clock, 3 laps to go for our leader at just about 30 minutes on the clock. Cunningham still extending her lead. You're following along online with the scoring. You can see the lap split. 83-13 the last 400 for Cunningham, 84-77 for Robles, 87 for Uwajaniza. So as they continue around the track, Cunningham is extending her lead with each lap, as is Robles extending her lead over 3rd place. And now for the first time, the pack is closing on Florence Urwajaniza of West Texas. Pack still about 26 seconds behind, but they are closing. So we'll see if the pack has any strength left in it for these final laps around the track. Just 2 laps to go for our leaders now. So the pack will have an extra lap to shake it out and see who is going to capture those points from 4th place on.
31-16-24.
And you see now some of the athletes finally taking a sip of water along the way. There's Robles. She is still in 2nd place, as she will have to navigate her way through that pack of athletes before the finish line. The pack's starting to separate now. They sense that they need to pick it up if they are going to finish in that top group. There's Cunningham. There is no doubt that Cunningham looks comfortable and is going to win this race. She's just got 1 lap to go. There is the bell lap. Cunningham 1 lap to go. Here comes that chase pack behind. They have cut it down. Just 8 girls hanging tightly together. 8 women in that chase pack, and we still have 3 from Mines, 2 from Adams. So that could make a big difference in the team scoring, how that shakes out from 4th place through 9th. Cunningham has kicked it into higher gear for the last 2 laps, just back down to the 81 seconds for her penultimate lap. And now with under 200 meters to go, she is picking up a sprint. She's got the cheers from the fans on the north side of the track. And as she comes off the curve, she may pass Florence Urwajaniza here, who is in currently 3rd place. So Cunningham is not only going to win this race, she is going to lap everyone in the field except for Brianna Robles. So this is Lindsey Cunningham. She is going to add to her indoor 5,000 championship. She is going to be the winner of the NCAA Division II Outdoor Championships. Congratulations to Lindsey Cunningham. She's going to run 32, 37, 33, 55, 79. Cunningham official time 33, 55, 79. So a very good time for her at the altitude in Pueblo, Colorado. The pack has completely broken apart now. You see them at the very top of the screen as they head down the backstretch. So we will have a good battle for that 4th place position. Robles is in the middle of that chase pack, even though she is a lap ahead of them.
And the race is on for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. We're having a race on for that. Looks like Elijah Meza is safe. 3rd spot, but we're going to have
So Urwajaniza approaching the finish line. She's in 3rd place. She'll have 1 lap to go. The pack is now in an all-out sprint, so there is no guarantee that 3rd place is going to hold on. So you look at that. These ladies still have 1 lap to go. Robles is going to finish second, 34.08. 35.18 for Uwajaniza, so she will hang on to the bronze. Katie Doucette of Western Colorado is going to get fourth. She won that sprint you saw to the finish. Zoe Baker of Mines will be fifth. Jenna Ramsey of Mines will be sixth, so Mines is going to move up in the scoring. Adams State is going to get a point from Precious Robinson in seventh. Walmsley of Hillsdale will come up and get 8. And Camilla Soja of Nova Southeastern, the sophomore, she's going to round out our finishers in 9th position.
Outstanding effort by Lindsay Cunningham. 33.55.70.
And there you see the times 9 through 16. And on the side of that scoreboard, you do see the team scores. Granted, we've only had 3 events scored for the men, but you can see that Pitt State, by virtue of those long jump first and third places, Pitt State is in the lead after day 1. We still have the 10,000 meters to come, and that is a final event for the men. Missouri Southern currently sitting in 2nd place, and that is Grand Valley State and Harding tied at 3rd place with 10 points. Grand Valley State on the women's side, along with Academy of Art, and those top placings will change just as soon as this race becomes official, and we will see Winona State getting 10 points to move into a 3-way tie there. Adams State, Colorado School of Mines scoring multiple points in this 10,000 meters. But there you see our winner. He's had time to relax, talk to her coach. There you see the Adams State girls, Brianna Robles and Reina Paradis. The ladies from Adams State, Precious Robinson. We'll see most of these athletes competing again in the 5,000 meters on Sunday. There you see 1 through 8 and their official times. Looks like the fastest final lap went to Katie Doucette of Western Colorado. You saw her with that big charge in the final 200 meters, but she'll run a 72.74 final 400, and that will earn her 4th place overall.
So he goes.
Yeah, that Irish spring is a little weird. He's only getting 3 F stops. Now it's going to be 2.2 F stops, so I don't know.
So you hear the PA announcer saying that we will have presentations of our women's 10,000 meters. That's going to happen during our men's 10,000 meters.
And then we will set the field for you. But we just saw a great women's 10,000. The fastest time ever run on Colorado soil. Now Lindsay Cunningham of Winona State. No one has ever run faster within the boundaries of this state. We'll see what we get from the men.
And you may have heard that from the PA announcer, but that time by Lindsay Cunningham. Now the fastest woman's 10,000 meters ever run on Colorado soil. And that fact coming to you from Colorado Track Staff in Rutherford. He keeps track of all the times in Colorado. So we'll see her on the award stand in a little bit, but that was the fastest 10K on the track ever in the state of Colorado. So that's going to move us to the men's 10,000 meters.
Wearing hit one from Colorado School of Mines, an outdoor All-American in the 10K last year, and he was 7th in the cross, number 7 all time for this institution, Duncan Feeney. His teammate from Colorado School of Mines, a All-American this year in cross country, a first-time qualifier here on the track in the 10K, Paul Knight. Also from Colorado School of Mines, an outdoor qualifier last year at 5K. He also is contesting the 5K this weekend. Here's Stephen Golden. Then young Lucas Becker of Mississippi College, the Gulf South champion in the 5K and the steeplechase. He's the school record holder for Mississippi College. Then Loic Scamperrin of Colorado School of Mines. He's a 5-time D2 All-American, number 2 all-time in this event for the Ore Diggers. Scott Nutter of Wingate, also in the field, the South Atlantic champion, and he will be in the 5K this weekend. Chris Cathcart, Colorado School of Mines, a 22 NCAA cross-country All-American, first-time qualifier at 10K. Evan Least of Cedarville, still in the GMAC and a 23 indoor qualifier in the 5K at this year's indoor championship. Zach Krept of Walsh, the GMAC champion in the 10K and the 5. He's a 3-time Division II All-American. Next, Matt Storer from Colorado Christian. He's also qualified in the 5K. He's number 3 all-time in this event for his institution. Then Josh Parentoni, his teammate, number 2 all-time for the Cougars. He's also a 2-time D2 cross-country All-American. Marcus Graham of UCCS is an NCAA outdoor runner-up in the 3K, sorry, that's the wrong person. The RMAC runner-up in the 10K, number 3 all-time for UCCS. Then Awet Baraki of Adams State. He's the outdoor runner-up in the 5K and the 10K last year, a 5-time NCAA Division II All-American for the Grizzlies. Isaac Russo of Colorado Christian, an indoor qualifier on the mile with a season's best of 30:26. Noah Fisher of Finley, the GMAC runner-up in the 10K and the 5K, was an outdoor qualifier in this event last year. Cameron Allen of Adams State, number 1 on the performance list this year. He's an indoor qualifier in the 3K and the DMR, and folks, that time of 28:37 that he ran at the Brian Clay Invite is number 18 all-time in Division II. Jacob Hernandez of Western Colorado, 3rd in the NCAA. Number 7 all-time for Western Colorado. And rounding out the field from Adams State, Aaron Russell here, a first-time qualifier, 29:24. The field is strung out here in the early going behind the leadership of Evan Lees. They were 2:24 with just under 5 minutes and 4:50 at 800 meters. So an honest effort to start the action here. We'll keep checking in on the men's 10,000.
And props to our PA announcers for all of that research and hard work as they introduce the field. It is Evan Leist of Cedarville who has taken the lead on the track. And as the field has thinned out at the beginning, here is the field in order of how they are sitting on the track right now. Evan Leist of Cedarville, John Lucas Becker of Mississippi College, Awet Baraki of Adams State, Duncan Funey of Colorado School of Mines, Zach Krept of Walsh, Paul Knight of Mines, Noah Fisher of Finley, Josh Pirantoni of Colorado Christian, Jacob Hernandez of Western Colorado, Scott Nutter of Wingate, Matthew Storer of Colorado Christian, Chris Cathcart from Mines, Louis Scamperrin from Mines, Aaron Orer from Adams State, Stephen Goldie from Colorado School of Mines, Isaac Russo from Colorado Christian, Cameron Allen from Adams State, and Marcus Graham of UCCS doing his best Dave Waddle imitation. He is the one wearing the hat.
But one thing that might be in picture is it's potentially in the second half the fastest time ever run here on Colorado soil. That's currently held by Frank Shorter, U.S. legend at distance running, 10K up. Frank Shorter in 19...
Awet Baraki of Adams State has decided to pick up the pace, and the only man willing to go with him is John Lucas Becker of Mississippi College. You can see the two there have broken. So they have decided to go out early and go out hard and see where it takes them. Baraki and Becker are your two leaders, and they are relatively flying down the home stretch, leaving the pack well back. So we will see what happens in this 10,000 meters, but the strategy for Awet Baraki was, I'm going to go, and only John Lucas Becker of Mississippi College has gone with him. 67-second 400 meters. So they go out at about 75, 74, both pick it up, 67-second quarters for their next 400. The rest of the pack has maintained that 74, 75-second pace. Evan Leist of Cedarville is in third, leading that pack with the first of many Colorado School of Mines athletes, Duncan Pueni and Matt Storer of Colorado Christian. But you can see the lead there. They've already got a almost 100-meter lead, and they are not slowing down at all. So Adams State, he's used to the altitude. We'll see what Becker from Mississippi College is doing.
Those are the two who went away from the field. And then much like we saw in the women's race, we have a huge chase pack here.
From Adams State, that is Cameron Allen, moving up into 4th position overall, but 2nd in the chase pack. Everybody else still relatively close together. But Becker has now taken the lead down the backstretch. So the Mississippi College junior, not at all intimidated by the altitude of this year's national championships. He's gone with Awet Baraki of Adams State. Baraki was 2nd in this race last year, 28.54. He was also 2nd in the indoor 5,000. Awet Baraki is a local not only for college competition, but he grew up in Colorado Springs, just a short 40 minutes away, attended Palmer High School in Colorado Springs.
Still here in the chase pack. We'll get a little split check on them as Scarrow brought them through on the last circuit at 73 seconds. So still an honest effort here, but the focus at the front is the man Awet Baraki and Jan Lucas Becker, continuing to turn 68 seconds flying the laps, now under the leadership of Jan Lucas Becker. At my last checkpoint,
and as we approach the 9 o'clock hour, the temperatures dropped to 65 degrees, and the wind may have picked up just a little bit. Definitely a chill in the air. These athletes on the track won't necessarily feel it.
that is Matt Storer, Colorado Christian, then Duncan Feeney, Noah Fisher of Finley.
But this is an impressive challenge. Our leaders now about 130 meters ahead of the pack. More than 20 seconds. And it is John Lucas Becker from Mississippi College who seems to be setting the pace. 7 laps in, 18 to go. We will see what happens. The chase pack looks very comfortable, doesn't seem to be panicking at all. Duncan Feeney of Mines is leading the pace, but everybody else still in contention on the track. Whether they are running for 3rd or expecting our leaders to come back to them, we will wait and see. You can see that gap on your screen, more than 100 meters. Baraki has now gone back into the lead.
So that is 3 kilometers in the books. They were about 8:50. So again, right in somewhere in the range.
And Baraki checking his watch, so he knows exactly what he is doing. We know that Lindsey Cunningham ran the fastest 10,000 meters on Colorado soil. Baraki may be attempting to equal that feat. And our P announcer reminding everyone that the fastest 10,000 meters on Colorado soil for the men is Frank Shorter, a name that is familiar to most of us over the age of these athletes competing on the track. Frank Shorter, an Olympian and one of the greatest American distance runners of all time.
If we could get you to work your way towards the award podium, we'll do that during the men's 10,000 if we get you all over.
According to Colorado track stats and Tim Rutherford, the fastest 10K for men is 29:29:20. So if that's Frank Shorter, 20:29:20, we'll keep an eye on what Baraki and Becker are doing on the track. But they look very comfortable out there.
They were 9:23 at 3,200 meters. We've taken another lap since then. So we'll continue the process here. About 10:37 on my watch
That is now Josh Pirantoni of Colorado Christian, who has picked up the pace a little bit, the chase pack. They've not quite dropped anybody completely, but the chase pack starting to thin out and trying to maintain any contact with our leaders. Almost 200 meters. 35 seconds behind. And you can see the support that these two are getting around the track. Quite a few fans still here in the stadium. And a lot of green and gold. Adams State students, notoriously great fans. And they're here to see if they can cheer the Grizzlies on to victory for both the women's and men's competition. But all eyes turning right now to Awet Baraki of Adams State, who is not doing this by himself. John Lucas Becker of Mississippi College.
And we'll go to the awards podium here for the presentation of the top 8 performers in the women's 10K. John?
Let's get the awards now in the women's 10,000 meter. An outstanding race just finished a few moments ago. In 8th place with the 35-35-13, Elizabeth Walmsley of Hillsdale. Finishing in 7th with a 35-28-60 from Adams State, Precious Robinson. Finishing in 6th with a 35-28-15 from Colorado School of Mines, Jenna Ramsey. Finishing in 5th, 35-27-20. Also from the Colorado School of Mines, Zoe Baker. Finishing in 4th with a 35-27 flat from Western Colorado, Katie Doucette. In 3rd place with a 35-18-93 from West Texas A&M, Laurent Wajaneza. Finishing in 2nd with a 34-08-25 from Adams State, Brianna Robles.
And as you look to the backside now, Awet Baraki's back setting the pace. His fastest time this season that qualified him here is 28:42. Becker's fastest time out of Mississippi College is 28:43. Now the only difference there is the altitude that they achieve those times. But these are the two that have gone out.
225 meters on the field here. So we hit the potential.
This is not the race you typically expect.
Too often in the D2 ranks, as these men will continue to work around the track with an opportunity to lap a vast majority of the field.
Those awards for the women were given out by Winona State coach John.
And it is just starting to settle into the crowd here remaining at the Thunder Bowl at CSU Pueblo that they may be seeing something special. These two athletes have totally blown up this race. And if they can hang on as they are approaching the midway point, the rest of the field is racing for 3rd.
And so your leaders here,
Matthew Storr of Colorado Christian, he was in last place at the beginning of this race, and he has moved his way all the way up into 3rd position. But on the backstretch, they are halfway through now, halfway through this race at just about 14:40, 14:35. So they are on pace to run the fastest time on American soil. But that remains to be seen if they can maintain this pace for the second half of this race. But they are more than half a lap ahead.
We're going to make a statement here on the track that with that halfway split, Frank Schroeder is on notice as Awet Baraki is looking to become the fastest man on the history of Colorado soil here in 10,000 meters.
And you can see Baraki checking his watch frequently, so this is not the case of an athlete going out fast because he feels good. Baraki knows exactly what he's doing. Becker, he knows what he's doing. He said, I'm going to make you beat me. The two of them have just taken off from the first lap, and they are more than more than half a lap ahead now, and they look comfortable. So the altitude not bothering Becker at all.
Where the field looks like they're starting to get a little bit itchy. It's still Scott Leonard and Marcus Graham towards the front end.
And you can see that big crowd around the North Bowl. That's getting bigger with every lap as the fans all making their way now down to the front rows around the track. They know that there are times when the fans can help an athlete along toward not only a victory but a record.
And every single one of them is in that pack, so potentially huge key points on the board here for Colorado School of Mines as well see what shakes out.
And there is maybe our first crack as you look at Baraki go around that south curve. He now has some separation. So our leaders under 11 laps, and there is the first crack, and it is Becker who may have cracked. Nearly a 10-meter separation there. Wearing hip number 8, that's Evan Leist of Cedarville. He's a lap behind. So Baraki of Adams is the leader. Becker of Mississippi College, he's losing touch. So now for his goal will be to hang on for second. But they're on the same straightaway now as the chase pack. So we'll see what Adams State's Awet Baraki can do, as he has now 10 laps to go. But he's going to do the rest of this by himself unless Becker can find a second wind and get back.
Baraki now 6K in the books, about 1740.
6,000 meters.
Continually running about 71 seconds there.
Milwaukee did slow down that last 400, 71.76. So after running 70 seconds, he'll slow to 71. Becker is off the pace just a little bit now. He's about 20 meters behind. But those are the two leaders you see on your screen. And Barwaki is running by himself now, so it's going to be up to him.
Then the teammates from Colorado Christian currently running in 3 and 4.
Barwaki did finish second in this race last year, so his first priority is going to be to get that championship gold medal. Then he will worry about the time, but he's going after Frank Shorter's time. The meet record, 28:26, so that's probably not going anywhere, especially at this altitude. But he is well aware of Frank Shorter's time of 29:29.
The first time qualifier for the Grizzlies here. Again, the Adams State Grizzlies with a rich tradition here in the distance events. 10K is one of them.
Becker still in second place, so as he's falling back, though, he is still more than a lap ahead of third place and the chase pack. And in that chase pack, it is the Colorado Christian duo of Matthew Storer and Josh Pirantoni. Don't forget that the Colorado School of Mines has 6 runners in this race, and they are all still in contention for scoring point. Most of the fans have now gathered on the north curve. South curve eerily quiet as most of the field on the south curve. But it'll get louder again as the chase pack now entering that north curve and Burwaki on the straightaway behind them. No water for our leaders. And Burwaki continuing to check that watch, so he knows what the time is. He knows what he needs to be running. If he feels like he's not going to get it, then he will concentrate more just on winning this race.
So right at 29:30 pace if my math is
Noah Fisher of Findlay now moving up to the front of the chase pack, but it is still the Colorado Christian teammate Pierantoni and Storr setting the pace of that chase pack. And they have picked up the pace now. They actually ran that last lap faster than our leaders. So for the first time this race, Baraki and Becker are slower than the field. Storer running 70.9,
back in the chase pack here.
while Baraki was 72.42 and Becker 73.26. So I guess it's safe to say that the pack is now closing,
Here comes Cameron Allen.
but they are 300 meters behind.
Comparing chasing. Down the back stretch, Baraki starting to come for the field with Jan Lucas Becker lurking.
So Noah Fisher is moving to the front of the pack on the back stretch with the wind behind them. And then when they get to the home stretch, it is the Colorado Christian teammates who move up. Six laps now to go for our two leaders on the track, Berwacki and Becker.
Really on the effort here. Somewhere in that low 30s to 33rd.
Another 73-second 400 for Baraki, 73 for Becker. So they are keeping their distance. And we'll see what the field is running.
So as they run on the track, it's Alan Baraki, Jan Lucas Becker, Noah Fisher, Pierantoni Storer, Aaron Arar, Duncan Featon, and Loix Comparin.
6 athletes now breaking away, and we'll have the Adams State teammate Aaron Orer moving up to 3rd position on the track. So Adams State now in 1st and 3rd. Colorado School of Mines making a move. They have 4 athletes in that chase pack. So what you see on the screen there is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So that group running for 3 through 9 right now. And there's going to be one odd man out. And you see CCU and Colorado School of Mines along with Findlay and Adams State in that group. So one of those men is going to be out of a medal. On the back stretch, you can see the top 2. No signs of slowing down, although it is Becker starting to come back a little bit on Baraki. Both men set out at that torrid pace. But Baraki, you can see, looking behind himself now, he needs to see how far ahead he is of Becker, but he has not broken John Lucas Becker of Mississippi College.
It's a chance if he can rally over the final lap.
In a little bit of trouble there getting around a lap runner, but that seems to have jumped Baraki and given him a little energy. 4 laps to go, 1,600 meters to go, and he is right at 15 flat. Becker, 4 laps to go. 74.39 for Baraki, 73.92 for Becker, though he was closing a little bit on that last lap. Still 8 runners running in this chase pack, but there are only 7 medals available if they cannot catch the leaders. Noah Fisher of Findlay, Aaron Orer of Adams State, Josh Pierantoni and Matthew Storer of Colorado Christian, and then for the Colorado School of Mines, the cross-country champions, Duncan Funey, Stephen Goldie, Louis Scamparin, and Paul Knight are all in that chase group. So Mines looking to pick up quite a few points.
Fisher. Here comes Tony as I speak. And then our 4 ore diggers in that picture with Matt Scorer. Matt Scorer
on the cross-country course, you score the top 5. Mines has 4. Going to score here in this race, although one of them will be left out. You can see the difference there between our leaders. 3 laps to go, and you cannot can out Jan Lewis Becker. He has closed. So this could help them both running together, because they're going to have 2.5 laps to chase for the title. They may not get shorter's time, but we are going to have a great race here, because you look and see what John Lucas Becker has done. He has caught Owet Baraki under 2.5 laps to go, and they are virtually running together again. This is going to be one heck of a race. Baraki's got his teammates there cheering for him on the curve. Becker gets to play the underdog in this race. Their qualifying times just a second apart, so this is going to be anybody's race. And on the inside, there goes Becker. 2 laps to go, and Becker is the one who slingshots ahead. It may be Becker who can go after the all-time fastest mark in Colorado. Can Burwaki respond? They are under 2 laps to go. And this is just our second runners being lapped.
Not the storyline I thought we were riding this evening on the track here, but there is
600 meters to go. Becker is the leader. Burwaki is in the green and gold. He is in second place. Now it's Becker's turn to look behind him and see where he's at.
Has been known to close, but he's chased by Parentoni and Storer, again the Armac rival.
And we're approaching 1 lap to go for John Lucas Becker, the junior from Mississippi College.
Only 2 men at the top 10 are not from the Rocky Mountain left country.
And we are on the bell lap. And look at John Lucas Becker go down that back stretch. He does not look like he went out at a torrid pace at all. He's not going to get Shorter's record. That's 29:29. We're 29:09 on the clock. So we're going to forget about the fastest time on Colorado soil. We are going to look at John Lucas Becker, who went out at the pace, sat back, could not be shaken. And he comes off the curve here.
Let's bring him into the home stretch, folks. This is going to be your 2023.
John Lucas Becker of Mississippi College. He was 3rd indoors in the 5K. He is going to be a champion, and he is celebrating. He's nothing but smiles. He knows he's done it. Becker is going to win the 10,000. He is excited. He's going to run 29:47. Here comes Baraki. The Grizzly is going to finish 2nd. He was 2nd last year. He's going to be disappointed with another silver medal, but it's still an impressive race. Here comes the race for the bronze. Colorado School of Mines. Scamparin is going to get the bronze medal. Mines making a late push. So the Colorado School of Mines is going to pick up some big points here, just like a cross-country meet. Runners in the chute. Scamparin is going to be 3rd, 30:15. Matthew Storer of Colorado Christian is going to get 4th. Parentoni's going to get 5th. Stephen Goldie of Mines is going to be 6th. Cathcart of Mines is going to be 7th.
Let's look at the narrative on that one. One of the final 800 meters.
Orr of Adams State is going to be 7. 2 more spots. Paul Knight is going to be 8 at 30:19.92. But you see the winner there. Look at that smile. He knows he's done it. He's excited. That's a national championship for John Lucas Becker of Mississippi College. You can see this times 9 through 16 scrolling through. So quite an exciting race. Anytime 2 people go out, they have each other to work off of, and that does help. It's easier than that one man making a solo escape. And there are your winning times, 29:47. There you see the man. Becker celebrating.
And we'll continue to bring from here the men's 10,000 meters.
Matthew Storer of Colorado Christian getting congratulations. Becker still can't believe it. He's not sure what he has just done. He's letting it sink in. But that is one excited man from Mississippi who has come to Colorado and walked away with a gold medal in the 10,000 meters. Still finishing up on the track. And there you see some celebrations for your 10,000 meter champion with his cheering crowd. And that is going to conclude our men's 10,000 meters. So we'll show you the award presentation tomorrow. But a very successful day. It's cooled off a little bit, but the weather stayed with us. I think everybody had a good race today. No races wind aided. The weather is supposed to improve for our next 2 days of competition. So we hope to see you here tomorrow. We know that the first events on the track will be the continuation of our decathlon and our heptathlon. Those will be tomorrow morning at 9:30 and 10:30 respectively. We'll be joining you just about 5:30 tomorrow afternoon for preliminaries in the women's and men's 200 meters. So for day 1 at the NCAA Division II Championships at Colorado State University campus in Pueblo, Colorado. Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
think the call time will be for tomorrow? Yeah, I have this shot.
And a reminder, gentlemen, let's get those ties. Podium, I see our champion, coach. I see some of our board diggers as well. We need a couple guys from Colorado Christian. I see Mr. O'Rourke.
That's your way more. So much more food. I promise. I don't know. I was throwing up.
Hey fans, it looks like we're assembled to do the awards presentation for the top 8 performers in the men's 10,000. I'm not quite sure who our coach doing the honors there is, but it is the coach from Mississippi College. We will start with our 8th place finisher tonight from Colorado School of Mines, Paul Knight. from Adams State, 30-19-73 on the clock, Aaron O'Rourke. Your sixth place finisher from Colorado School of Mines, 30-19-31, Stephen Goldie. In the fifth from Colorado Christian, 30-17-04, Josh Parentoni. In fourth with the fastest final lap of the field, 30-16-83 from Colorado Christian, Matthew Storer. Your third place finisher, 30-15-21 from Colorado School of Mines, Loic Scamparin. And second, 29-59-71, holds on to run under 30 minutes here, running gamely from the gun, Adams State's Awet Baraki. And folks, your 2023 champion in the men's 10,000 meters by graces of a glorious last kilometer, 29-47-71 from Mississippi College, Jan Lucas Becker. The distance faithful still in the crowd here tonight as the Thunder Bowl, the recognition due for these gentlemen here. A fine showing at 10,000 meters.
Yes.